Kia ora, hello and welcome to day 3 of the Jennian Homes 2025 Track and Field National Championships from the beautiful Otapoti, Dunedin. Nick Bewley here with Sarah Carley-Ross alongside Super Saturday, we're calling it, Sarah, and with good reason. There's so much to be excited about. Let's start with the track program. We're going to get straight into the 100 metre heats very shortly, the likes of Zoe Hobbs and Tiaan Whelpton, but I know for you, the one lapper, the 400, you're pretty excited about.
Yeah, I cannot wait for the senior women's 400 race, set to go later this afternoon, but it's a bit of a showdown between Izzy Neal and Maddie Wardell. They've had some good battles this season, and who will come out on top in Dunedin for their first national title.
Can't wait for that one. The men's 400 as well. Lex Revel-Lewis has had a really strong domestic summer. 200ths of a second shy of that national record that stood for the best part of a quarter of a century. Looking forward to seeing Lex as well.
Yeah, 46.11 was his time at Capital. You know, in probably similar conditions to this, so game on for Lex in the senior men's 400 as well.
Then you look at the field and just stacked with class. We've got Olympic gold in Hamish, Kerr. We've got the renewed rivalry in the shot put circle, Tom Walsh and Jacko, Gill, and then the pole vault too, Eliza, McCartney and Livi, McTaggart.
Basically, settle in. It's going to be a field event feast with lots of action on the track too.
Can't wait to bring it to you all here on the Athletics New Zealand YouTube. Well, great to be in the grandstand, day 3. Sarah Carley-Ross got a great spot here around about the 80 metre mark on track at the shot put circle out to the left, triple jump, sand pit as well, and then down the far end as we scan the track here, as you can see on the screen. Pole vault there in the middle a little bit later on. Eliza McCartney, Olivia McTaggart, can't wait for that little duel. And of course the high jump, which will be at the far end, the right hand side. Hamish Kerr, our Olympic champion. So much to bring you this afternoon. We will begin our coverage relatively shortly with the 100 metre heats in the women, which of course feature Zoe Hobbs, our national champion. But worth noting too, in heat number 1, a Paralympic. Paris Paralympic gold medalist at her home venue, Sarah, Anna Grimaldi.
Yeah, and isn't she excited to be here in Dunedin in front of her friends and family to put on a show here for the Caledonian. It's wonderful to see her in action, of course, winning the Halberg Para Athlete of the Year recently, and what a distinguished career she's had, and she's going to keep going.
100%, yeah. Well, your interview with her at the ITM a couple of weeks ago, she's just a breath of fresh air, isn't she? She's so incredibly positive. There she is there, sporting the Otago colours, bib number 578. So this is heat 1 of 2 in the women's 100 metre sprint. The final to be held later tonight. That's our last event on the program at 6:53. But if we run through the field from right to left on our screen, but left to right as they line up. Emily Jackson out of Canterbury. Marielle Venita out of Auckland. Anna Grimaldi in lane number 4. Brooke Summerfield. Shale Collette. Kiana Poe. And Alan Carter. So that's 7 in the field for our first heat. And Marielle Venita, one to watch as well, Sarah.
Yeah, she had a brilliant run at the international track meet, and also looked to Summerfield, who was a silver medalist in this event last year. But Venita, she's been in great shape in 2025.
Yeah, PB at the Sir Graham Douglas, 11.54 for Marielle. World Under-20s in Peru last year. And the blue of Auckland in lane number 3. And it's a clean start for our first heat of the women's 100 metre heats. And it's a strong start too from Shale Collette. But here comes Marielle Venita in lane number 3. Brooke Summerfield by her side. Oh, not much in it between those two as we await the official times. But those two ladies will advance to our final. So it's the top 3 through from each heat. And then the quickest 2 from both of the heats that will advance to our finals. But by my judgment, Marielle Venita just holding on to take heat number 1, and the time is through, Sarah.
11.53 for Marielle. And that is very close to her personal best, but unfortunately a following wind of 3.6. So, you know, a windy PB there. Shows she's in great shape and, you know, maybe she's got more in her for this final. You know, closely followed there by Brooke Summerfield. She's an experienced campaigner. No, Vanita, 19 to Summerfield at 27, who actually gets the same time.
Oh.
So, game on for the final.
So just waiting to see who crossed in third position, who will go automatically through to the final. But Marielle Vanita and Brooke Summerfield will be there. It's a really strong last 50 in particular from Brooke Summerfield. We've seen the times now, 11.521, 11.524. There's barely anything in it. And there it is, Shayel Colette, who made a really strong start out of Manawatu Wanganui, takes that auto qualifier spot by virtue of finishing third. Alan Carter, Kiana Poe, fourth and fifth respectively, and Anna Grimaldi's time there, 12.26. She does have a PB of 12.20. Of course, it's worth remembering, as Sarah alluded to, that wind advantage, 3.6 metres per second. Of course, when it comes to records, it needs to be 2.0 or under. So as we take a look back to the track now, and excited to see Sarah, Zoe Hobbs gone to the Paris Olympics, making the semi-finals last year. We saw her a couple of weeks ago at the international track meet at Ngāpunawai in both the 60 and the 100. She meant business.
She meant business, and she looks like she means business today. She's going after her 9th New Zealand title, her first one in 2017 for the Paris Olympian at 27. Zoe Hobbs has really set sprinting alight in New Zealand, and she's paved the way for many to follow, as well as bring people through in this wave that she's created.
So Zoe Hobbs will be in lane number 4. I should mention, after our coverage yesterday, the two twins, Lisa and Sarah Hallier. We've got twins in the 100 metres as well, with Adira Colette and Shayel Colette. Adira will now be looking to join her twin sister in the senior final. So Cleo Loader of Auckland, Adira Colette, Manawatu Wanganui, Zoe Hobbs of Auckland in lane number 4, Hannah Sandilands, Canterbury. Got an international athlete as well, and Ray Honda of Japan. Neve Townsend, local athlete of Otago, in lane number 7. And representing the Cook Islands in lane number 8, Estelle Short. You can just see those trees behind the ladies there swirling in the breeze that is at their backs. A calm and a silence around the Caledonian ground, all in anticipation to see what Zoe Hobbs can produce in heat number 2. Clean start and an explosive start, as we've become accustomed to from Zoe Hobbs. Good work too there from Adira Colette, holding second position, but Zoe Hobbs up towards, or just on that 11-second mark. Colette holding on for second, and I believe it was Ray Honda, the Japanese athlete, crossing for third position. But that was a statement early from Zoe.
Well, she means business. She's shown up here and she wants to run fast in both the heat and the final. This is a perfect preparation for her for major championships, as we see the replay here, and she's into her work. Just an incredible athlete who's come so far in the last few years, and that is a time of 11:08 for Zoe Hobbs, so a plus 3.1. So that would have been a season best if it was illegal. But Ray Honda gets second there, 11:77. And it is the Colette twins who will both be in the final, with Adira taking third, 11:86. And we await the other qualifiers who get the little cues. So it will come from Alan Carter of Auckland, 12:08, and Kiana Poe, 12:16. So 8 through to the final, set to go later this evening. But Zoe Hobbs, she looked brilliant when she was up and at her full stride.
Yeah, so that final, just a reminder, that closes our program on the track at 6:53 tonight. Zoe Hobbs, the top qualifier, as we expected, with a time of 11.08. On to the men now in the 100-metre sprint, featuring, of course, Tiaan Whelpton, who just, what was it now, almost a month ago, a little over a month ago, the Sir Graham Douglas International, 10:10. 200ths of a second shy of that national record he's chasing, held by Eddie Osei and Ketia. And we saw Tiaan as well at the ITM run in both the 60 and the 100. Saw him post a really strong 60-metre time in Canberra about 6 weeks ago as well, and he's building towards World Indoors in Nanjing in a couple of weeks. He lines up in heat number 1. What would you like to see out of Tiaan today?
Oh, I'd just like to see him get through this heat unscathed. It is a bit cooler for these sprinters. You know, will he go out hard in this heat? I don't think so. But it is always an opportunity, like we said with Zoe, to replicate what happens at a major championship. So you will have a heat or a semi, and then you will show up, you know, all going to plan in a few hours for a final. So it'll be interesting to see what Tiaan does in this heat. He's had a brilliant season, and it's just so great to see him running so fast and really enjoying it too.
So there's some of our fantastic volunteers that, without our volunteers, there would be no event, and they're wrapped up warm, just to exemplify your point there, Sarah, in terms of the sprinters. Yeah, thought too for our fantastic volunteers. It has been cool in Otopoti the last couple of days, with the odd shower sweeping through as well. As things stand, the rain is staying away, which is great to see. It'll be actually 20 past 3. I thought it was going to be immediately after, but a few minutes away from our 100-metre heats. There is Tiaan Whelpton at the front of the queue. He'll come through very shortly.
No, sorry, Nick. Nice to see the experience of Tiaan. When you look at some of the other guys who don't have the full tracksuit on, aren't keeping that, as we talked about yesterday, muscle temperature. These guys are power athletes. They need to be keeping all their limbs warm. They've just done this big warm-up behind us on the outfield. They need to keep that core body temperature so they can really maximise their performance.
Submit, having not been in Dunedin for the best part of a decade, I just sort of forgot with the stadium and then the University Oval cricket ground and the warm-up venue and the Caledonian ground. It's just a sports hub. It's a shout-out to those organisers way back when for putting everything in and around. There's football just down the tennis courts as I came in. It's fantastic. Yeah,
and what I thought was really cool this morning when I was down at the track was all the kids playing their Saturday morning sport. You know, the AstroTurf, which is beside the hockey turf. Football was on there, and there was cricket, and it was all go. And well done to Dunners for, like you say, having the foresight to look to the future and have this sporting hub. The first time I came to Dunedin was for the grade 12 and 13 interprovincials. I'm not going to age myself and tell you when that was, Nick, but it was old enough, it was far back enough that the Caledonian wasn't in this position.
Okay.
In fact, it was in at the Pack and Save in South Dunedin, where that site is. And many people watching, you know, tuning in this afternoon, and there's a lot of people here in the stands who will remember that ground with great fond memories. But it's wonderful to have this facility here. And
look at that full grandstand, just what you want to see on Super Saturday. Really get a seat up here in the grandstand at the minute, as it should be, given the calibre of athlete we have on show over the course of this afternoon. Tiaan Whelpton, centre of your screen. On his left, Sebastian Thoreau, Otago colours, one of the local athletes, one of the many local athletes representing the region on home soil. If we have a look through, again, it'll be well, actually 3 heats in the men, so the top 2 from each plus the next 2 best times, so that just adds a little bit of extra pressure, isn't it, compared to the ladies, the top 3. Got to get it right in the heats. Final, our penultimate event, the men's 100 metres on the track later this evening. Here is the field for heat number 1 of 3. Liam Kilby, Hawke's Bay Gisborne, Sebastian Fido, Otago, Tiaan Whelpton. In lane number 4, Nathan Brown, Ryan Shother, Troy Middleton and Caleb Robinson. And I hate to put you on the spot here, Sarah, because I know a lot of attention will be around Tiaan, but when you look at those PBs, SBs, personal best, season's best for the remainder of the field, where are your eyes fixed in terms of another athlete who might be punching for that top 2 auto qualifier spot?
Well, I think Middleton from Auckland in 7 and also Farrow in 3, they'll certainly be athletes who will be, thinking, yeah, I can get into this final. Yes, unfortunately, I've drawn Tiaan in my heat, but, they can do it. And Farrow, he had a great relay leg for Otago the other night when they claimed the 4x100 metre gold. It was great to see Shay Veach anchor that team, who we'll see later on, actually not in the 100 metre heats. He's not going to do the 100, unfortunately, because of a clash of schedule, but he'll be in action in the long jump tomorrow. So I think look to this guy here, Farrow, and also Middleton. But as we've said, all eyes will be on Whelpton. He's a powerhouse. He's set his intentions, pretty openly that he wants to run under 10, which is, exciting.
That's what it's all about. You've got to have, I know we spoke a lot yesterday about mindset when the weather did begin to pack in, and you really want athletes a lot of the time, especially, my line of work where I'm talking to various athletes across multiple codes, and you hear someone say a statement like that and you're going, gee, that guy's a bit arrogant, like, calm down. But actually, there is a line between confidence and arrogance and just belief, and not necessarily manifesting it by saying it, but really pushing it out there and going, this is my goal, this is what my ambitions are, and this is what I want to achieve. And I think that deserves to be commended as opposed to the reverse. And I'm not saying that's you can't be a bit more insular about the way you go, but I just like that bravado. We see it quite a bit in the sprinting. I think of the Netflix series, the sprinters there. They're sort of a different breed. But look, I'm all for Tiaan coming out and declaring what he wants to achieve in this sport.
And the thing is, he can do it. Now 10-10, and when you looked at the splits of that run, he's capable of much more if he can execute in the way that he wants to, in the way that his team want him to. So, it's probably a cultural thing as well in New Zealand. We're not really used to sort of like that sort of
shoulders back,
chest out. Hey, I'm going to run under 10. But I tell you, we're here for it, Tiaan.
Brilliant. So we're just moments away from this first heat now. It is worth reminding folks, once we get that time through, I'm just looking at that wind sock out there, and certainly probably is around about the same as it was for the ladies, which will be over that legal limit. But at their backs, they won't mind in terms of posting some nice qualifying times here. Tiaan Whelpton representing Canterbury, Christchurch based, in lane number 4. His hands up and his head at the minute, looking pretty relaxed. No doubt going through that final process, the visualisation, the focus, the concentration, getting that start right and exploding up. Just see, can't you, Sarah, when you look at them lining up down there, the size differential to a Tiaan. I mean, Ryan Shother too in lane 6. He's no stranger to a gym as they get underway, and Tiaan trying to get up and out early and does that, has a little look over to his side, both sides in fact, but he's barely out of second gear. and takes out heat number 1. It might have been Troy Middleton, as you alluded to earlier, Sarah, who has got up with a big burst in the last 30 metres, who will take the second auto qualifier spot. But you touched on it, Sarah, in terms of just getting through, and Tiaan Whelpton did enough to make sure he'll be there tonight.
Well, where we are positioned as we see this replay here is on the 60-metre mark, and that's exactly where we just saw that first look round, and then again over the shoulders there from Tiaan Whelpton, New Zealand's fastest man at the moment, and he will be happy to get through the final unscathed. 10.60 for him with 3.3 tailwind. But he's done what he needs, and we'll see him later in action today. We'll also see later in action Troy Middleton of Auckland, 10.70. He'll take a big cue. Now Sebastian Ferro, he will have to wait for 2 more rounds of this 100 to see if what he's done at 10.88 will be enough.
There's the times through. Whelpton and Middleton advance directly to the final. And no doubt Sebastian Ferro, Ryan Schotter will watch on now to see if they will join them. 10.88 for Ferro. 2 heats to go. A couple of the Cantabs line up here, including Angus Liver, 20-year-old who won the 200 metres last year, a decathlete that certainly has pedigree in these sprint distances. He'll be in lane number 3, and Tommy Tapuni, who we've touched on, Sarah, in 4.
Yeah, Angus Liver, we've seen him a lot over the weekend already, but he will have a guy beside him, Tommy Tapuni, who's had some great 400 runs over the season. Started in November with setting a sensational time, and then has run some good 200s, but in action he's chosen not to do the 400. He will be certainly one to watch in this heat 2 of 3 here, and the men's 100 metres.
22 years of age, a couple of medals, national medals in the senior ranks for the 200, and a 10.51 personal best for Tommy last year. A couple of weeks ago at Ngāpunawa in the ITM, a 10.71. So that sort of form should see him through the heats, but these heats aren't won on papers and in the ANZ rankings. It's about delivering on the day. The full field: Gurpreet Singh, Waikato Bay of Plenty, Angus Liver, the Cantabrian, in 3, Tapuni in 4, Jackson Rogers in lane number 5, Joshua Aragoke and Hawke's Bay Gisborne in 6, local athlete Hadley Edmonds out of Otago in 7, and Matthew Roger representing Wellington in lane number 8. Top 2 through automatically to tonight's final.
Watch for Rogers on Tapuni's right. He's also been in great form this season.
Clean start, heat number 2. Liver strong, Tapuni strong as well. Rogers, the centre of the track is the focus. Tapuni's going to hold on here. Which one of the Cantabs gets up for second? It was Liver in lane number 3. So Tommy Tapuni doing what he needed to do to lock his spot in tonight's final. Wins heat number 2, the Aucklander. Choosing to focus on the 100 metres here at the Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships as we take a look at the replay.
He's so powerful, Tommy Tapuni, and it's great to see him. You know, he's had so many seasons interrupted by injury, so it's so nice that he's actually out there running the whole season, as opposed to just being so interrupted with niggly little injuries. So a 2.6 tailwind for these gentlemen, and 10.58 for Tommy Tapuni to take out heat 2 of 3. Angus Liver got up for second, 10.69, and then Jackson Rogers in third, 10.73. So at this stage, Jackson Rogers is in the best position of the non-automatic qualifiers, with 10.73. So Jackson Rogers and Sebastian Farreau right now sitting in the wings, ready and waiting with bated breath for this last heat to see if they've done enough to get through to the final tonight.
So third and final heat coming up shortly at the Caledonian grounds. And a couple of local athletes representing the Otago regions in lanes number 3 and 5. Shuila Orr and Hayato Yaneto. Sam Cartwright and Kevin Suriak, the two Cantabrians in lanes number 2 and 4. Cook Islands representation too, and it was fantastic, wasn't it, yesterday, Sarah, to have what was the biggest chahu of the day with the Cook Islands 4x100 metre relay team setting a new national record.
Yeah, and Daniel ran the second leg of that national record for the Cooks, 44.17 to set the track alight, really. It was wonderful to see the celebration along with his teammates, Rito Na, Edward Na and Max Toria.
So Daniel in lane number 6, Cody Wilson representing Wellington in 7, and Remy Lebrun in lane number 8. First two automatically through, and the time to watch as well in terms of the quickest, 10.73 Jackson Rogers, 10.88 Sebastian Farreau. Watching on to see if they can stay, turn their PQ, provisional qualifier, into a big Q for tonight's final. Clean start, heat number 3, and it's the two Otago sprinters, Orr and Yaneto, who starts strong. Yaneto cooling off, and in fact the Wellingtonian Cody Wilson's going to get up for second place. But Hayato Yaneto looked like he had plenty in reserve as he gets the job done, much to the delight of the Dunedin faithful, and books his place in tonight's final.
Yeah, Yaneto's had a great season, you know, Pacific Games in 2023 for the Dunedin athlete. But wonderful to see him out here running in front of his home crowd. He's ranked 3rd throughout the 100 metre rankings this season, but no Shavich ahead of him. So game on for the podium.
Game on indeed as we await those times to come through. It was a 10.65 for Hayato, and as mentioned, certainly put the brakes on. And that wind too just dying down a touch under the legal limit, in fact, so that's a pretty handy 10.65. Cody Wilson came home very strong too, Wellingtonian 10.68. And Shuila Orr is going to get through. I believe he's going to nudge out his fellow Otago sprinter Sebastian Farreau for that final spot in the final with a 10.81. So if we take a look at all the times compiled, it was Tommy Tapuni actually ran the quickest time of the 3 men's 100 metre heats, 10.58. Tiaan Whelpton with a pretty casual 10.60. Hayato Yaneto having won that third heat in a 10.65. Cody Wilson, the 4th quickest time overall coming out of that third heat, 10.68. Here's those times here in front of you now. Angus Liver, the defending 200 metre champion. Troy Middleton, Jackson Rogers and Shuila Orr rounding out the 100 metre field for tonight's final. Again, just a reminder, you want to tune in to that one specifically. I'll set the alarm, 6:44 or thereabouts tonight from the Caledonian ground.
So those sprinters will get into those warm clothes, the Kathmandu puffer or whatever their sponsor is, if they're lucky enough to have one of those, and keep warm till that time. Maybe they'll head back. That's the advantage of Dunedin. Everything's nice and close. And head back to their accommodation and keep warm. And that looks like getting a shot on the very far side of the stadium.
Is that like a VIP area, do you think? Because he's got one of the greatest spots in the whole venue.
It does, actually. He's all set for the pole vault, which will be happening later on, and I can't wait for this pole vault, actually. That's set to go at 4:40. We've got 6 in the field, and Eliza McCartney, like yesterday, we had so many of the field athletes making their debuts for the season, and we will see Eliza take to the field, take to the pole vault runway for the first time in 2025.
And look, I know you're in Paris in 2024, and to have the 3 ladies there in the pole vault, all making the final in quite crazy circumstances with all those countbacks. But how cool was that as a Kiwi to see 3 in a final in Eliza, Olivia, and Imogen?
Well, it was a really special moment in New Zealand sport to have 3 in a field event final. Usually we'd have 12, but what happened as it played out, 11 cleared 4:40, and they needed 4:55, I think, was going to be the next height. Molly Caudry did not clear her opening height, which was a little threw a spanner in the works, really, not only for Molly and her team, but then for the whole final, because then we had 8, 9 other women who were in the same position, and so they all went through. So it was, right place, right time, right height, and wonderful to be there. I tell you what, though, my prep for that final, all of a sudden, got a lot bigger.
Almost double, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh dear. But no, it was certainly a highlight for me too, watching back from home, and to have 2 of them here today as we look at our women's pole vaulters. You mentioned Eliza having not competed so far in 2025, but Olivia McTaggart has competed and has been over in the States most recently in Birmingham with a 4.65 season's best. She has a 4.71 PB. So look, I don't know, I don't want to call it early or anything like that, but at least, Olivia's got a couple of events under her belt, and she'll come in with a bit of confidence, but it'll be fascinating, no doubt. Really looking forward to that battle. 4:40 it gets underway, the women's pole vault.
And there's the poles getting carried over.
Who gets that job, do you reckon?
Well, I think that looks like James Stain, but I cannot be certain of that. He's sort of blocking the view there, but you can see them all rugged up. With the pole vault, they're out there, so the time is now 3:33. Their competition starts at 4:40, so it's a long time in the field of play. I remember for that pole vault final, they had to extend the warm-up time.
Right.
So they were out there for hours because they 19, well, as it turned out, it was initially 19, then it got reduced to 18, and it's a long time for all these athletes to go through their warm-up jumps, go through their pole sequence, and to have the time to be able to do that. They need to do that in the stadium.
Right.
They can't do that on a warm-up track. So that's why they get a lot of time out there, a long call time, usually like 90 minutes. So I think it was like nearly a 2.5 hour call time before these women got into their work.
Yeah, no, I remember being part of our Gold Sport radio coverage back in New Zealand, and we were looking at the program, which was already super busy trying to cover, we've got one frequency and we want to cover absolutely everything. And I think it was Jason Pine looking after track and field that night. We're like, this is history, as you say, to have these 3 women here. But it was like 3 hours of competition, and it was just hope. We wanted to make sure we tried to get at least every attempt in of our 3 ladies, but it was certainly a quirk, but of benefit to our New Zealand ladies and New Zealand sports fans in general.
I remember getting to the stadium that day, actually, and Alicia Loveridge, who's not in Dunedin, but I know she'll be watching, one of our key photographers. She was in Paris, and for her to get out on the track and get her spot, along with Casey Sims, who's here for Oceania Athletics, they were out there hours before those women came out, and baking in the sun. So it was a wonderful occasion, and for 3, Imogen Eris, who's not here, she's based now in Loughborough, She's jumped 467 this year already indoors. She's had a great run. She's actually leading the New Zealand pole vault rankings. So we've got Imogen, who did a personal best in that Olympic final. Olivia McTaggart, they jumped the same height. And then Eliza to finish, of course, 6th in the final was an outstanding achievement. But it's great to see Eliza back out here this afternoon, and it'll be interesting to see, for me, how many steps she does, because that will give an indication of what kind of form she's in. Whether she goes off, you know, a 10-step run-up or a 12 or 14, I think we're likely to see her off a 10 as her first competition. But she's very good at the short.
Okay.
So as you take your run up back, you develop more speed, which then translate into more energy into the pole. And I know that her personal best off 10 is 473.
Oh, right.
So that's not
nothing
bad.
to be sneezed at, is it?
Exactly, Nick.
Well, as we await our next event on the track, I might just quickly scan through and see what is live as things stand in the field. The women's under-20 discus is currently underway. That's the competitors in the women's under-18 400 metres, which is about to begin. But just quickly, the women's under-20 discus currently being led by Carmen Maritz of Auckland. Kate Halley, also of Auckland, in second position. That's coming up to the final round. And then the women's under-20 triple jump also just concluded. It's actually been taken out by one of our Australian visitors, but by virtue, if I work down, a French Polynesia in second place actually. So Zara Rattray of Waikato Bay of Plenty with a 10.84 as things stand. She'll be the top Kiwi in the women's under-20 triple jump. But let's turn our attention to the women's under-18 400 metre final. And we've got 8 competitors for this event. And when I was doing the prep here for this one, Sarah, one of our Otago competitors, Phoebe Laker, 16 years of age, out of the Aspiring Athletes Club, an under-16 champion already. She's got a 55.34 PB. That was just last month. And now she's looking to be an under-18 champion. But look, Peggy Taylor as well in lane number 3 with a 56.76 PB. So it'll be an interesting race, this edition of the women's under-18 400, the one-lapper.
Yeah, Phoebe Laker, she's certainly a talent, and 55 seconds for 400 metres at such a young age is a great position to be in. The wind will be tough down the back straight, but they'll have it behind them as they come and turn for home. So they just settle those last-minute nerves there. Bit of jumping, bit of shake out of the legs. Everyone's got their own routine.
Worth acknowledging too, Madeline Waddell, who is 17 years of age, could run in this race, but is going for the senior title. That senior 400 for the women is at 6:13. Looking forward to seeing Madeline Waddell trying for her first senior title. Unbelievable at the age of 17.
She could not only be in this race, she could also be in the under-20s as well.
Yeah. Just do the 3, Maddie, come on. No. Right, so the full field: Amy Nicol, Isla Tilbury, Peggy Taylor, Phoebe Laker, Esme Reid, Sasha Kilmeister, Emma Very and Zita Mio. Underway to a clean start. Under 18 women's 400 metres. There's a strong start from Phoebe Laker in lane number 4. Just gone past Esme Reid of Auckland. Strong 2 from Sasha Kilmeister there, the Wellingtonian, in 6. But Phoebe Laker, look at this, already gaining ground on the ladies to her right. Zita Mio as well on the outside lane, and 8, Hawke's Bay Gisborne as they make their way down the straight, and it's Phoebe Laker currently in front. A real ding-dong battle for second. It's Mio currently holding on from Emma Very. Peggy Taylor, the Aucklander. But how about that from Phoebe Laker in a time in and around 56 seconds. It's Emma Very who's just got up for second, and Peggy Taylor, well, she launched herself over the line in a bid to finish third. A brutal race, the one-lapper, but Phoebe Laker made it look easy.
Phoebe Laker, sensational, strong down the back straight, and I wondered if she'd gone out too hard, but actually she's in this kind of form, and she's rewarded with an under-18 national title in a time of 56.49. Emma Very got up for silver, 58.34. Some brilliant running here as you see the effort and the exhaustion.
And that effort from Peggy Taylor has been enough. I don't know if she lost her footing or it was deliberate, but nonetheless, 58.59 for Peggy Taylor to take bronze, just over Zita Mio out of Hawke's Bay Gisborne. But you look at the gap there in the times from 1 to 2, almost the best part of 2 seconds. Phoebe Laker, a name to remember through the ranks, no doubt, of Otago. Here a couple just in front of us here from our commentary position. Pretty happy about that, a local athlete getting the job done at the Caledonian ground.
It's great to see so many Otago athletes at their home national championships, and it's always been a region which has produced so many athletes. I guess they've had students come through here over the years. Some have stayed, some have gone. The likes of, at the moment, I've got some incredible Paralympians, and Holly Robinson we saw in action yesterday in the field officiating.
Yep.
She did tell me the name of that machine she was using, but it has escaped my mind right now. Anna Grimaldi. But there's been a lot from Otago. They've had the benefit of a sensational athletics community, some hearty volunteers who have done many an hour at the Caledonian ground, and I hope all I can say is they've got a long, good puffer jacket to keep them warm.
Yeah, it's required, even in March. It's to be done down here. Every now and then you get the Dunner Stunner, as it's known, but I guess there is probably an advantage there for our athletes, right, in terms of just looking over the other side of the track now as the light shower just rolls through, and the breeziness and the lush greenery over on the far side. It's probably creates a bit of a swirly wind, and I'm sure you add all that together, and that can be of benefit in terms of knowing when to push on something like a 400 metres.
Well, the prevailing wind for the tail is the southerly, so you get the benefit of the tail, but you get the cold of a southerly. Yeah, so it's catch-22 really.
Well, on that 400, you're copping it in a headwind, though, on that sort of from 150 to 250 kind of time. So
they're tough. They're tough.
Oh, they breathe them very tough down here. Don't you worry. Well, look, I was born in Invercargill, but somehow got out when I was about 2. Moved up to Auckland, but warmer up there. Under 18 men's 400 metre time now. A field of 8. Harrison Day in lane number 1 out of Auckland. Isaac Saywell Barbosa, the Cantabrian. George Kennedy in lane number 3. Ethan Hull, Canterbury in 4. Noah King. William Rolfe, Henry Sevier and Max Lua. And of course, like the women, these men went through preliminary races earlier today. And what jumped off the page for me, William Rolfe in lane number 6 out of Manawatu, Wanganui. He's had personal bests in both the 200 and the 400 this morning in the prelims of 49.45, which to my understanding is one of the quickest under 18 times of the year, and his first time sub 50 as well. So look, he's one to watch in lane number 6, but Noah King too in lane number 5 out of Auckland with a 48.40 PB. Will be tough to beat as well. But Yeah, tough to pick.
Yep, that's who will show up. You know, they've run the heat. Now they need to replicate. In this final, it's anyone's game, 1 to 8. Game on.
Men's under 18 400 metre final. And they get off to a clean start. Let's see who's making ground already, and it is that man William Rolfe who's bringing that form through from the heats, but right on his left shoulder is Noah King in lane number 5. Also gaining is George Kennedy, the Aucklander, in lane number 3. Around 200 metres to go. They're at the midway point, and it looks like Noah King now in lane number 5, who's opened up a bit of a buffer, but he's going to have competition from another Aucklander, Harrison Day, producing a spectacular race in lane number 1. Noah King currently in front. William Rolfe kicking back as well. Oh, the exhaustion starting to kick in, the fatigue, but King holds on. Rolfe takes silver. And is it George Kennedy in 3 who's just got up to take the bronze? Fantastic race, that one.
Noah King, what a last 200 for him. He built throughout that race, as we see here, as the lactic starts to go through the veins, and he is able to hold on. Fast finishing Rolfe there from Manawatu Whanganui. But another gut buster here in Dunedin in these 400 finals. It is Noah King, 50.49. From William Rolfe of Manawatu Whanganui, 50.83. And George Kennedy takes the bronze, 51.02.
Harrison Day just quietly in lane number 1. He was right there with about 80 metres to go, and then he hit that lactic build-up that you were just alluding to there, and unfortunately couldn't be there in the finish. He came through in 6th in the end. But Noah King, as I mentioned, pre-race with a 48.40 PB, he gets the job done to be crowned an under 18 national champion. Someone who's already been over to Oceania's in the under-20s, so no doubt he'll be eligible for that this year as well. Time ticks close to 10 to 4 here in Otapoti, Dunedin. Bit of a break on the program now for the track. The next event coming up will be the under-16s, a little bit in and around 10 past 4. So we're looking in around the field as well. It's just a slightly quiet time, perhaps just to take a breath, decompress for a moment or two. We might even have a look at what's happened through the course of the day and what's still to come here as part of our live stream coverage. For those wondering, we're keen to see our Olympic stars in action. Let's quickly run through some of those times to be mindful of. This probably is the best opportunity in the next 3 hours, I reckon, to get up, stretch the legs, put the kettle on, and get set for what will get super busy very, very soon. But when I look at some of those Olympic athletes, the pole vault, which we've touched on, Eliza McCartney, Olivia McTaggart, it's due to start at 4:40. The men's high jump featuring our Olympic champion Hamish Kerr, starting right on 5 o'clock. The men's shot put, Jacko Gill, Tom Walsh. Jacko, of course, won the last 2. I think Tom had won something like the previous 13. They'll renew their rivalry at 20 past 5. The women's hammer, of course, featuring Lauren Bruce at around about 5:45. Should mention the 1500. We've got heats today, finals tomorrow, which we will have coverage of here on the Athletics New Zealand YouTube channel. But Samuel Tanner, I believe he's set to line up in heat number 1. And young Sam Ruth, the 15-year-old, currently with the quickest time of any 15-year-old in the world ever. We're lucky enough to bring that to you the Sir Graham Douglas International earlier in the year. He'll be in heat number 2. But in terms of the track as well, 400 metre finals just after 6 o'clock. The 100 metre finals with the likes of Zoe Hobbs and Tiaan Whelpton as well. And excuse my missing this out too at around 5:15. While there's a flurry of activity in the field, we will have our para 200 metre final featuring Paralympians Mitchell Joint and Will Steadman. Did I miss anything, Sarah?
No, just take your breath, Nick, because
you have a
my
go talking
goodness.
now.
My goodness, it's a lot. So it's going to come hard and fast, particularly in the field. We're going to try our best to bring you those highlighted athletes, but we are spoilt for choice this afternoon with the range of athletes as we see now in shot. The pole vaulters warming up. That's Eliza McCartney walking back and just past the Otago Athletics tent, and followed closely as she inspects her poles is Olivia McTaggart. Paris Olympians, Eliza, bronze in Rio. It seems so long ago when she really introduced herself to the world.
Was she 18? 18,
she was very
19?
young,
Yeah.
19. And I remember actually when I was doing my preparation for this afternoon, it was in 2016, the 5th of March, where she jumped here and she jumped 480, which was a massive personal best that day. And that really set her up for, that massive year in her life. Since then she's gone on to Commonwealth Games silver in 18, and of course last year she, after this incredibly difficult stage of going through Achilles issues, other injuries, other niggles, she got back to silver at the World Indoors in Glasgow, which was a great performance. She jumped 480 that day as well, but she isn't quite over 490 yet, so
is that what's driving her, you feel? Like, given she's, a decade at the top of the sport, and obviously being driven by Olympic gold, no doubt, but that's one in the back of the mind, that particular height that feels like she's chasing.
I think it's a fulfillment of potential that she's chasing, because she knows how the bars she's gone over in training. I've heard the numbers as well, Nick, and I'm not going to repeat them, but she knows what she's capable of, and for her to be able to express herself as we see now on the screen. Now
that's Otago royalty. That man should be in demand there. Of course, that's former All Black Ben Smith. Sorry, Sarah, as you were saying, but just thought that needed to be acknowledged.
Oh, I tell you what, Nick, my husband will be very happy about that. Big fan of Bender. Hello on the screen. Great to see you. Well, maybe they're waving to other people, but let's pretend they're waving to us. But back to the pole vault, which they are sitting in prime position. Also, those ice creams. I'm seeing a lot of people eating ice creams. And
it's perfect conditions for these people for ice creams.
Actually, we missed out on the ice creams at the Sir Graham Douglas. That we were looking at Mr. Whippy the whole time. So if anyone wants to bring us an ice cream, I'll let you know where we are. But pole vault. Okay, Eliza, I truly believe what she's driven by is her desire to go high, to see what she can do, to get her body in the positions that she knows it can get into, to really execute. And pole vault is such a technical sport. I spent some time with her group and her coach, Scott Simpson, prior to Paris to understand the event better, and he was extremely helpful to me in my preparation. But it really was great for me to understand, actually. You've got two pendulums as the athlete swings around the pole, and also as the pole swings over the box. So highly complicated, highly technical, but when you get it right, what an incredible feeling.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, in terms of mentioning there around the technical aspect of the sport, and I know we bring up the term fine margins, but it just feels like, yeah, if it all can click, it's just it's a beautiful thing to witness, and no doubt those athletes, that's what they're chasing, that ultimate thrill of everything that they pour into their preparation, particularly on this big stage, and getting it right. So can't wait. That's around 45 minutes from now, as we mentioned earlier. The ladies, oh, that's a good part of the warm-up.
Highly gymnastic. Some of these athletes, because they do have to go upside down as they go through the air. So they're very strong. They have to hold the positions, you know, like you say, the very fine margins. You've got speed versus control. You've got, you know, the ability to stay really, I guess it's committed and brave to getting in those positions and then fling yourself upside down.
Bit of a shower beginning to settle in while we do have this lull, this very short lull in action here on day 3 of the Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships. Just looking through, of course, the coverage or the action on the track and the field each and every day has started a little bit earlier, and our coverage has begun at around 3 o'clock these last couple of days, but there's been a fair amount of action across, you know, multiple events, particularly in the age group ranks.
I'll tell you what we did forget, actually, Nick, is the men's hammer throw this afternoon.
It's a good one.
Anthony Barnes versus Anthony Nobilo. They've had a good battle this season, and they'll be in action. And, of course, Lauren Bruce, Olympian, she'll be in action in the women's hammer later on.
That'll be, as you say, a really good battle between the two Anthonys. We saw them both too at the ITM at Ngapunawai a couple of weeks ago, and they were, you know, jostling for positions 1 and 2 throughout the afternoon.
Will we see a 70-metre hammer throw?
Yeah, that's certainly, speaking of numbers, that's the one they've been chasing this year, isn't it? Well, for Anthony Nobilo, 69.72, his personal best. So best part of a school ruler away from getting to 70 for Anthony Barnes. He has been there, 71.07 last year, 68.77 at Potts as well. So yeah, that'll be a good battle to determine national championship bragging rights. Anthony Barnes, the defending champion, but Anthony Nobilo, I believe, winning 5 national titles over the course of his career. So that will be one that we'll endeavour to follow. That gets underway at 4:30, so in around half an hour.
As we see Olivia McTaggart there going through the warm-up drills, going through her paces. And I was speaking to Imogen Eris recently about the number of poles that these women carry in their competition bag, and she says she takes about 8 to a competition. So the pole can vary in length and stiffness. So in length, if you have a higher grip height, grip higher up the pole, increased height over the bar. Increased stiffness, more kinetic energy is able to be stored in the pole to create a better propulsion over the bar. That's if you have the strength to be able to bend the pole. So you don't want to take such a stiff pole that you actually don't have the strength to bend it, because you'll get rejected back the other way. As we see Eliza McCartney there, hooded up.
I did not know. That is incredible, that there's such subtle differences that could ultimately, they gave quite a big difference in terms of how you go about your approach and your launch.
So what they'll have is a sequence where they know what sort of pole, what pole within their kit they need to be on at the key height. So they're sort of working their way back through their set, going up in length or staying at the same length but going increasing the stiffness.
Right.
And that creates a greater parabola, a tighter parabola, as opposed to an, I'm going to say, archy one.
Yeah. your pole vault vernacular. Goodness me. It's like it's got its own dictionary, the pole vault.
Well, it does, actually.
Just speaking of the pole vault and from a world standpoint, Mondo Duplantis again. I think that was something like, is he into the teens now for the amount of times he reset the world record? It was a couple of weeks ago. It was in our sports bulletins. I was just like, good grief. He is something else. And is up for Laureus Sportsman of the Year in the Global Sporting Awards, the very glitzy Laureus Sporting Awards, Mondo Duplantis.
Yeah, 6:27 the other day indoors. It was an amazing competition, and that is every time he's just setting world records left, right and centre for the Swedish athlete based in the States. It's world record number 11 for Mondo.
Yeah, I thought it was close to the teens, which it probably will.
And it was interesting in Paris, actually, because the one record that was not in his kit of world records, or records, I guess, was the Olympic record. So once he'd won the competition, then the bar was set to the Olympic record. I think it was around 6:08, and then he raised it to a world record. And I tell you what, all of Stade de France with the pole vault was the only event left on in the stadium. It was something else.
I recall it vividly. It was he had Stade de France in the palm of his hands that night, Mondo Duplantis. Speaking of, and just of something that was a bit different last year, the Mondo, was it Jakob Ingebrigtsen?
So that was
in a 100-metre sprint before a Diamond League event. Do you like that sort of thing?
I love that
terms
sort
of
of thing.
Like some competitive, we're in different sports, but I'll have a go at something else and see who's quickest.
So it was a 400-metre hurdler who's... so it wasn't Jakob, it was actually the 400-metre. He was the world champion at the time.
Carsten
Vorheim.
Excuse me.
Yeah. And so they raced at one of the final the day before one of the final Diamond Leagues in 2023 over 100, and it was a great, a bit of smack talk, which we don't often see, and cross event. So it was this big Red Bull showdown, and Mondo runs 10:37. Yeah. The guy is so fast, and actually I was watching a clip recently with his parents are his coaches, and they do a lot of work on speed. So Mondo is aiming to just absolutely generate so much speed on the runway. And when you see him, he's got this long run up, and he just absolutely loads the cannon so he can shoot it. It's one thing to be able to run in that fast, but it's another thing to then translate that speed into the pole.
Yeah, I was trying to think then when you were talking earlier about Eliza and her steps, 10, 12, 14. It feels like he's back.
Oh, I think he's like 22.
Yeah, but it'd have to be in the 20s. It feels like he's sprinting, as you say, to generate that velocity. He's something else.
Yeah, I think he doesn't run over 150. His mum was saying in this clip I was watching the other day, but what he does is do a lot of work on acceleration mechanics, which is essential in this sport, because you need to set yourself up, your hips in the right position, while holding a pole, trying to aim it in the right position at the right time. And you can see with Mondo, and particularly in that world record I watched the other day, when I talk about him going with the stiffness of his pole and what he's on, he is so strong. And so what he does is he goes straight up, and the arc of his curve over the bar is so tight. So he lands closer and closer as the competition goes on to where he's taken off from, because he's just doing this straight up and straight down.
The reason I brought up the Duplantis war home, though, and because we have a bit of time to fill, and I'm starting to think of hypotheticals. Are there two New Zealand athletes, male or female, or perhaps one that you could take, or two that you could take from the field and put them in a 100-metre sprint, or perhaps there's another event that could be quite a juicy battle? We could wrap some sponsorship and put it on a live stream and get that competitiveness. I was looking when I was doing the ANZ rankings deep dive into Hamish Kerr. And now here's a guy who in junior and youth was running a little bit of 100, 200, 400 even. He could be a guy you could put against, I don't know. You got anyone that stands out?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because at the international track meet a couple of weeks ago, I asked him in the post-event interview, what event would you do if you weren't doing high jump? And you know what he said? 400.
Yeah.
And we've just seen 400s go around the track. We've seen the end of that race. It's not pretty. No one does that
Clean up an
voluntarily.
aisle 5.
Exactly. As we see Olivia McTaggart there going through her routine. What I'd like to see, Nick, and it has been in the media, is maybe a challenge of some of our sprinters versus other sports.
Yeah.
Or actually, what I'd like to see is like Clash of the Codes or super sports.
Yep.
I would be totally up for that.
Yeah, when you're alluding to those media comments, I did see, Tiaan have a wee, just say, no, if there's any rugby players out there that want to take me on, I'm more than happy. I'll find it in my schedule.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see more than that is the rugby players take on Zoe.
Yeah.
Because she would make a statement.
I think so too. So I'm trying to think of it from my do a bit of radio rugby commentary, and there's a couple of guys there who would be maybe around the 11s, but I honestly think Zoe would be quicker than any male rugby player over 100 metres.
Well, if anyone wants to race her, I'm sure we can figure something out, and I'm sure we can get a lovely sponsor to make that happen.
Look, we've got a big review coming up after our summer circuit. We'll just jot that one down for the ideas board. But
or send me a message actually right now of who you want to see, and we'll discuss it. We'll discuss possibilities. We're open.
If you're just joining us here on the YouTube stream and wondering what on earth is going on, is me and Sarah just talking, not rubbish, but we're just sort of making a bit of conversation. There is just a slight lull in the program at the minute before things get super busy, particularly with our field events, the likes of the women's pole vault, the men's shot put, the men's high jump, the women's and men's hammer, which all really ramps up in the next half an hour to 45 minutes, and then some track events to follow as well. So do stick with us.
So what we're seeing now, Nick, is the repositioning of the high jump mats for Hamish Kerr.
Okay.
Obviously, he does not want to run into a headwind to start his high jump run up where the position of the mats are. So he's going to be coming in from the right side of the mats, takes off on his left foot. So as he sweeps around that bend, he will head over some big bars as the officials, they've been outstanding this weekend in terms of making sure this event happens, and they've been out in all weather. I saw a friend who's an official, Annette Purvis, and she was absolutely saturated asking for a dry towel yesterday when I arrived at the stadium. But the officials, the coaches, all the volunteers, we acknowledge you. Thank you for all your efforts here in Dunedin.
So in the not too distant future, in a couple of minutes' time, we will have another track event, the men's and women's 400 metres under 16. And just looking at the field as well. The women's under 18 long jump final is not too far away either. You can see the group of athletes there in the red Jennian Holmes gazebo. They won't be too far away from getting their competition underway as well. That men's hammer. Starting to see a trickling of athletes head down to the bird cage in preparation for that competition, which begins at 4:30. On the track, we've got plenty more across the 400 metres. We've already seen the under-18 finals, but we'll have the under-20 finals as well. And I was just, again, looking at this field, Sarah, and in terms of fastest time so far this year, Kahurangi Cottrell, wouldn't look out of place in a senior 400-metre final in terms of the way he's going with a PB of 47.20, but making the decision to compete in the under-20s. And through my work in Canterbury at News Talk ZB, I've been following the progress of Hunter Scott, who I believe it was last year that did the 100, 200, 400 under-18 triple. So look, that'll be a really exciting race, and you've got Conal McLean in there out of Auckland as well. So that goes at 4:25. Very much looking forward to that one as well. This is obviously a group of runners who have come through preliminaries earlier this morning too. Look there at Olivia McTaggart. Plenty of time there in her warm-up.
So the athletes warm up, you're probably thinking, is that the bar that they go to use? No, that's a bungee cord. It helps the officials not have to pick the bar up in the warm-ups, but it's very helpful as the athletes go about their warm-up routine. Now, the other interesting thing about pole vault is that you can actually move the uprights. You can see Eliza McCartney here going over in the early stages of her work. Just a reminder that that pole vault competition is set to go at 4:40 p.m. But the uprights, you can move them forwards and backs, forward and back in relation to the position of the box. So as we talked about Mondo before, as he gets higher and higher, the uprights come forward, so it forces him up.
Okay. But, and by doing that, is that of advantage to him, obviously, by bringing it closer?
It is, because his curve gets more acute, I would say,
okay,
as opposed to archy was the word I used before. So when you have to work harder to get, as it comes in and it comes in, then you need to really make sure that you are utilising the stiffness of the pole and your positions to create that acute arc. So as they blow through poles, is one of the pole vault sayings, you can tell that they need to then take the next pole up to create increased stiffness. So what they start with is this quite long arcing curve, and then you get this, I guess, rainbow, which becomes shorter and shorter of distance between the two ends of the rainbow, and that forces the bend of the rainbow higher. If I talk in rainbows, because I've got a 6-year-old little one at home, it'd be much easier for me to understand.
Another thing I noticed about this women's pole vault field, it features 6 competitors, all out of the Auckland region. No doubt know each other, train together, some of them, if not all of them. Just looking at obviously McTaggart, McCartney in terms of their international success, but out of the quartet of ladies, sort of seeded 3 to 6, is there some, just looking at some of the ages, for example, Sarah, ladies in their late teens, sort of just coming through the sport?
Yeah, I think certainly Hannah Aid, she's cleared 4 metres for the first time this year. She's not in the teens, 21, but wonderful to see her over 4:10 at the Auckland Championships in February. But the likes of, Elaine Zai, she got silver in the under-20 last year, and she jumped 390 at the Potts Classic in early Feb. So we talked about this yesterday, Nick, in terms of when you have someone around in your own country that is excelling on the world stage, in this case, 3 Olympic pole vaulters, then it creates momentum, it creates belief, and I think it creates the attitude of, hey, well, they can do it, why can't I?
Because as someone looking at the sport who, outside of doing, not even the sort of Colgate games, but just your sort of primary school championships, etc., athletics day, growing up, to get into pole vault, it seems relatively niche. And you mentioned earlier before around gymnasts, for example. When does it become apparent for perhaps a scout of talent out there that, do you want to give pole vault a crack? Like, what are the sort of skills that make up a good pole vaulter to at least try the sport? Because it's obviously, with all the equipment that you've alluded to ad nauseum, there's a lot just to start in the sport, right?
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing with all these women from Auckland is, an incredible facility at AU2 Millennium where they can vault indoors, any kind of weather. They've got a guaranteed setup there. So to answer your question, I always think give every athletics event a go for as long as possible.
Yeah.
But the characteristics, as we've talked about, are speed. Eliza actually was a very good high jumper
right.
At a young age, and Imogen Eris used to do hurdles as well. So, it can be translated across lots of different sports. Essentially, if you can, run fast and take off, then chuck a pole in the hand and see what will work. But I do think, pole vault is a little bit in terms of, you do have to have a certain set of courage, and a certain amount of courage, because what you're required to do in terms of planting the pole and then inverting upside down, twisting over the bar, you need to be brave about that. As we see our hammer throwers, this is Anthony Barnes. He is going after his second national title. He is the defending champion. He got silver in 21. He had a period of time over in the States at college, and it's great to see him back in New Zealand. And that man with the black hood on, actually there's a few black hoods out there actually. To Anthony's left is Anthony Nobilo, who has collected a number of New Zealand titles, 5 in fact, but silver last year. Will he upgrade it to gold? We'll find out at 4:30 when that event kicks off.
And just looking at the season's best of the pair, it's not. Is it a centimetre in it?
Yeah, I've got a centimetre.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read my writing. So 68.77, 68.76. So, nothing between these two in terms of the form that they bring to the Caledonian ground here, to Port Dunedin. And you look at, when you're talking earlier about having sort of stars of the sport elevate the rest of the field, but equally as important, I feel, is having a close rival pushing you, like the classic example through the last decade is Tom and Jacko. And I spoke to Tom earlier this week. In fact, he saw me at the airport yesterday, and I think he felt a little bit sorry for me trying to figure out where on earth I was, and felt like I was closer to Invercargill than Dunedin out there at the airport. Him and Nick Palmer gave me a ride to the Commodore Hotel and into my work yesterday. But he was saying in an interview I did a couple of days ago that for one, if it wasn't for Jacko driving him all these years, who knows? Yes, he could have still achieved what he has, but it's certainly, particularly in the domestic portion of their calendar year, it's certainly helped elevate his performance. And then I look at Anthony Barnes and Anthony Nobilo as another example, a little bit not as high profile, but because there's just so little in it, I feel like if one or the other wasn't there, there might be a sense of, maybe I only need to be 80% today and I can still win a national title. But for these two, it's like, I need to be on, because if I'm not, I'm not walking away with the national title.
Yeah, it's hugely motivating, and I think competition is great, actually. We should not shy away from it, and we should not shy away from it at a young age, encouraging young children that it's okay to want to win.
Yeah.
And it's, win appropriately, but, enjoy the competition. When you talk about rivalries, and not long ago, Lauren Bruce had Julia Ratcliffe,
Yep.
and what they produced and when they were both at their peak was brilliant. You saw a tussle of the New Zealand record going back and forth. Lauren's got it today. But at that same time, Nicole Bradley was also throwing hammer. We had 3 hammer throwers at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. So, I think it's wonderful when we do have a number of athletes in the same event who are going at it and willing each other on. Ultimately, you want the other person to be at your best, so it will bring out the best in you.
I was wondering, Tom Walsh, Jacko, Gill, that is 5:20, 21 to be precise. And we should, as I mentioned, there was also in that car yesterday that got a ride. Nick Palmer, part of that 20-metre club, and he's been very heavily involved in the summer circuit. He was saying yesterday in the car, he's just like, I just love competing. All the preparation, it's great. Love the gym work and that. But I was looking at the amount of events he's sort of traversed Aotearoa in the last month to 6 weeks, and various events, including the ITM where he had his season's best just a couple of weeks ago, 19.72. But for him, wanted to make sure while he's chasing getting over 20 again, the best way for him to do that was to go to all these different events. Graham Douglas is another example, and again, he's based in Christchurch now, but representing Hawke's Bay, being in and around, Tom is bringing the best out of him too at his point of his career.
Well, you see the work ethic of the target, and you see the daily details that an athlete does, that you say, oh heck, gosh, I need to up my game too. And Nick Palmer's a wonderful example of that in the environment that he's surrounded himself in. And it's not just about the athlete that is coming into the environment, it's about then the senior athlete being willing to share potentially and say, actually, I'd love to give you this knowledge because, I want you to be better because that will make me better too.
Eliza McCartney there, not too far away, around 18 minutes time, 20-5, the women's pole vault underway. Let's go through the last bits of preparation, but we do have a track event to bring you very soon. The men's 400 under 20 final. Should be a real cracker, this race. As it touched on a few moments ago, Kahurangi Cottrell wouldn't look out of place in a senior 400 metre final. He goes in lane number 7. Hunter Scott, one to look out for as well in lane number 4, the Cantabrian, and Conor McLean too. But again, when you look at some of the PBs and season's best of these 8 runners here, it's there's not a lot in it, but for Kahurangi, it's an opportunity for him to add to his some of his other achievements as the defending champion in the under 20 ranks.
Yeah, and I saw him last night actually in Dunedin in the city after they were grabbing dinner, and he was very focused on what he wanted to do today. But he'll have some stiff competition. Hunter Scott, he's had a great season. PB at that Capital Classic when Lex Rebel Lewis ran 46.11. Hunter Scott was in that race, and like you say, it's been great to see the likes of Hunter and Kahurangi get starts in some of those senior men races throughout the season.
So the winning time for Kahurangi back in 2024 was a 48.02. He's since last year gone sub 48 with a 47.20. That's his personal best. Did have a 47.42 at Potts as well. So coming in blistering form. Conor McLean too with a 48.51. Hunter Scott was fastest through qualifying earlier this morning. And great to see too for these athletes who have qualified for this final with personal bests earlier this morning.
I love that.
Cruz Witherford out of Waikato Bay of Plenty, a 17-year-old with a PB. Damien Hodgson in lane number 5 out of Manawatu, Wanganui with a PB to make the final. You know, for those guys who know, you know, that there's New Zealand secondary school champions or under 18 champions defending under 20 champions, the first target is a personal best. So to do that even in the morning to then get to the final, I don't want to say the old cliche, you're playing with house money, but you've got to go into this race now with nothing to lose, see if you can even better it again and see what happens.
Well, we saw that in the 800s yesterday where people did exactly the same thing. And bravo to those gentlemen that did do that this morning. Nothing to lose in this final. One lap of the track, turn left. 2 bends, 2 straights. Here we go.
Men's 400 under 20 final. Willis, Witherford, Fairclough, Scott, Hodgson, McLean, Cottrell and Veach. And off to a clean start. Let's see who's going to come out hissing early, and Hunter Scott already making ground on Damien Hodgson in lane number 4, and in 7 Kaharangi Cottrell has just gone straight past Jordan Veach and has opened up a bit of a lead. Hunter Scott though in pursuit in lane number 4, the 2 men we discussed pre-race. Is it going to be a 2-horse race as they make the bend and have the home straight in their sights? Where do they match up now that they are side for side? It's still Cottrell in front. Hunter Scott is chasing. Connor McLean in 3rd with Benji Fairclough 4th. Kaharangi Cottrell with a big smile on his face gets the job done. Sub 48. Hunter Scott in 3rd and Connor McLean 4th. Benji Fairclough coming across the line in 4th, excuse me. It was Connor McLean in 3rd. But Kaharangi Cottrell, well, you said he was a picture of concentration when you bumped into him in town yesterday, Sarah, and he is now a 2-time under 20 400 metre champion.
Well, he executed exactly the way that he wanted to, and he planned with the arms raised over the line there. A brilliant run on the outside. He had no one to run off except himself, and it was a hefty headwind down that back straight. But Kaharangi Cottrell, 2-time junior national champion, and no doubt he'll be happy about that. But a great run by Hunter Scott as well to get 2nd as we await their times, and we can confirm that Kaharangi Cottrell is the winner in 48-0. Hunter Scott 48.95. Waiting on the bronze.
Connell McLean crossing in 3rd position, I believe. Just wait on that time. And Benji Fairclough, the fellow Aucklander, coming home in 4th position. 50.05 for McLean. It might have been sub 4.8 for Cottrell, but 48.20. It was a 48.02, so just flip those 2 numbers there in 2024, but gets the job done. And he'll no doubt be a very happy man. And can look ahead now to surely going through to the seniors in 2026.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have the option now, so he needs to stand up against the big boys, but he's certainly got, you know, the talent to be able to stand up. You know, he's a training partner of Lex Rebel Lewis. Nure Greenhalgh is his coach, and she's got an impressive squad. And, you know, again, what we talked about in terms of rivalries or, you know, egging each other on. If you have a squad doing that on a daily basis, that creates an air of performance, an expectation, and it's great to see when the training partners are feeding off each other and, you know, able to work through those hideous rep sessions that a 400 metre runner has to do.
course, following the men's under 20 400 will be the women. Just the four in the field for this final. As we take a look at the start list, Sophie Hancock, Waikato Bay of Plenty in lane number 3. Samantha Lascelles, who took out the under 20 800 gold yesterday, looking to add the 400 now in lane number 4. Kate Borton, the Aucklander, in lane number 5. And Madeline Thomas from Canterbury in 6. That's Kate Borton there. And a personal best, Timaru last year, New Zealand Secondary Schools, 55.40. Silver in this event last year. Just joining us here on the live stream with remembering Madeline Waddell could be racing, well, she could have raced in the under 18, could of course race here in the under 20, but she'll be in the senior race a little bit later, just after 6 o'clock, the 17-year-old. Represented New Zealand at the World Under 20 Championships in Peru last year. National record holder. Age group national record holder. Based on the personal bests, Kate Borton with that 55.40. If she's got a run in her similar to that time, difficult to beat, but Sam Lascelles going in with that confidence instilled, no doubt, after yesterday's success in the 800. She's got a PB in the one lap of 57.52. Sophie Hancock as well with a 57.08 set last year. Four starters and the women's under 20 400 final underway. Hancock, Lascelles, Borton and Thomas, and it's Kate Borton already goes past Madeline Thomas into this back straight where they'll face the southerly here in Ōtepoti Dunedin. Sam Lascelles now gaining ground, as is Sophie Hancock. Kate Borton running strong past the 200-metre mark now and approaching the final bend towards the home straight. Looks like she's slightly ahead of Sam Lascelles, the under-20 800-metre champion. Kate Borton looking strong, the Aucklander. Starting to face that fatigue now, that lactic build-up, willing herself to the finish line, willing herself to gold. Kate Borton takes it out in and around a time of 56 seconds. It's Lascelles who will take the silver. Sophie Hancock, the bronze. Madeline Thomas home in 4th. Kate Borton, silver last year and gold this year for the 17-year-old in this under 20 women's 400-metre race. As we take a look at the replay, you can just see the anguish, the grit of the teeth to get through this final 40-50 metres. Well, it's such a grueling race. So we wait the official times to come through. Mentioned pre-race. It's got a 55.40 PB at New Zealand Secondary Schools, and an official time through 55.80. 0.4 of a second down on her PB. Sam Lascelles, 57.38. That might be a new personal best. It is. By 0.14 of a second for Sam Lascelles. She'll be pretty happy with her weekend's achievements. Sophie Hancock with a 57.89 to claim the bronze. It's 25 minutes away from 5. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on the Athletics New Zealand YouTube channel. plenty of action coming up. Sarah Cowley-Ross has just ducked out to get some reaction from the track for us as we await a smorgasbord of action in the field, in particular starting with the women's pole vault and the men's hammer throw. But it sounds like Sarah is in position, so we will send it down to her and see who she's got for a chat.
Of the junior men's 400 metres. He's puffing a little bit because he gave it everything. Tell me, the arms were raised over the line. Victory.
Inspired by Rocky Balboa himself. I don't know, it was just on the spot thing. I was so happy. My mates were on the sideline cheering me on, so the arms just came up and had a big smile, but that's it.
Now, what was that back straight like? Bit of a tricky headwind, or did you notice it, or did you not notice it at all?
Oh, there was definitely a headwind on the back straight, but with the adrenaline of the race, I don't really feel it, and it wasn't really what I was focusing on. I knew that everyone in my race had the same conditions, so all I had to do was beat them and race them. But yeah.
Well, you've had a great season, Kahu. Now, one of your training partners is in action in the senior men's later on, Lex Revel-Lewis. He's also had a great season. What's it like for you as a training group to be able to push each other every day?
I love my group so much, and I've felt that as I've moved down to Christchurch for uni, away from them. I'm still with my coach and I'm still in the group, but training with them on a day-to-day basis just motivates you and pushes you to do better, because I don't want to lose to them. We constantly challenge each other in training, so I just love my group, yeah.
Well, last night you told me that you actually wanted my job, so you feel free to jump in the commentary box now that you're finished. But congratulations, Kahurangi Cottrell, national champion in the under-20 400 here in Dunedin.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to Kahurangi for his time as well. As we send it back to the men's hammer throw. Competitors are into round number 2. And the two Anthonys, Nobilo and Barnes, occupying positions 1 and 2. This is Anthony Barnes, currently in second after a 67.97 first up. So no mucking about really for Anthony Barnes. Here he goes with attempt number 2. In the centre of the sector and up towards that 70-metre marker. So there's a curved line there indicating that key number that both Anthony Barnes and Anthony Nobilo are chasing, 70 metres. So that one there will be measured up to see if it is an improvement on his first up effort of 67.97. Anthony Nobilo, just took the lead a couple of minutes ago with a 68.64. Just waiting for that measurement to come through for Anthony Barnes. Very handy for everyone involved, competitors, commentators, those in the stands, those of you watching at home, to have that 70-metre curved line there, which is very much the target for these two gentlemen. And it's in and around 67.26. So 67.97 remains the best mark so far for Anthony Barnes. Anthony Nobilo, after 2 attempts, with the lead at 68.64. Too far away as well from the women's pole vault getting underway. And then it is a feast and flurry of field action from here on, with the men's high jump featuring Olympic champion Hamish Kerr. The men's shot put as well. Tom Walsh, Jacko, Gill renew their rivalry. And we will endeavour to bring you all those key moments. You to sit back, relax and enjoy the very best our country has to offer. Track and field here at Ōtepoti in Dunedin, and the women's pole vault field you can see there just being introduced to the crowd, and good to see a bit of a crowd build up over on that far side from where we're stationed, Sarah, on that embankment. About an hour or so ago it was just one gentleman and his umbrella, but there's a good covering now of that embankment, ready to see the likes of Eliza, McCartney and Olivia McTaggart.
I'll tell you what, Nick, there's actually a lot of people in and around the stadium, which is wonderful to see, just having popped out of the commentary position to talk to young Kaharangi Kotru, who told me he'll come back up here and do our job as well later on. But the crowd is building, the atmosphere is building. This is Super Saturday, and what a delight to see the start list there of the women's pole vault. There's one of the key players for the afternoon, Eliza McCartney, doing her best to stay warm there. And she will be communicating to the officials what her starting height will be. So they all don't start at the same height. Every athlete will elect a starting height, and they will do that based on how their warm-up's been going and what their form is like, because you only want to do a set number, an ideal number of jumps. So when you get into the competition, you don't want to be, first of all, you want to clear a bar. You get 3 attempts at every height, or 3 consecutive misses, and then you'll be out of the competition. But we can see there potentially Eliza starting at 4:45, and it looks like now into the hammer circle, our competition leader, Anthony Nobilo.
Round 3 for Anthony Nobilo, and so close to 70. So close to 70 for Anthony Nobilo, who does have a PB of 71.07, but hasn't gone over that 70 mark this year so far. I'm going to make an educated guess that that's an improvement, though, on his 68.64. Certainly felt like it would be near or over 69.
What a start from Anthony Nobilo. You know, he's come out here ranked number 2 this season, but lost his title to Barnes last year. And he means business, and that is better, Nick. In fact, it's a lot better. 68.77. So the heat is on here in the hammer.
Slightly after a 68.77 improvement on all of his first 3 throws as the 5-time national champion.
He's edging it further and further out so far, Anthony Nobilo, after his 3rd attempt, as we take a look at Jared Neighbours out of Canterbury. Got the 5 competitors, in all. 3rd round of action. We'll have a change of the order at the conclusion of this round. Here is a man currently sitting in 2nd position. Anthony Barnes, 67.97 is best so far. Again, as we've come to expect from these 2 gentlemen, up towards that 70-metre line again. Perhaps not quite as far as his first effort of 67.97, but a really good series nonetheless. As you said, Sarah, these 2 men who are just having a conversation have come out early. It's a real statement of intent.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle, and it's a battle of the Anthonys. So that 3rd round by Barnes, 67.73, does not improve on his first round, 67.97, but an extremely consistent series. They only need 1. That's the thing.
Just 60 centimetres separating Barnes' 3 efforts so far. We scan across the crowd on that far side from our vantage point. Taking spots up there in the greenery, perhaps to avoid that southerly, while taking in the women's pole vault. We'll take a look down at the other end of the Caledonian ground track, and warm-ups underway for the men's high jump, headlined by our Olympic champion Hamish Kerr. who will probably be jumping against himself, it's fair to say, by the time he gets in. But look, I was looking at the field of athletes in this men's high jump competition. A couple of teenagers in their late teens, and Tia Wynyard, who had a 2 metre 10 PB at Cooks at 2.06 at the ITM. He was a silver medalist in the senior ranks last year. And of course, Adam Stack is actually the defending champion. No Hamish Kerr at Nationals last year. And he's working his way back to the sort of form that saw him take a national title. But there is the main man in a resplendent yellow jacket, canary yellow, going through the motions, almost getting wiped out there by another competitor. But I'm sure many in attendance here at the Caledonian Ground, and many of you tuning in to the live stream, looking forward to seeing that man soar.
Now, I've had a suggestion come through. I've had quite a few suggestions of athlete competitions that they want to see.
Yep.
Now, one was Hamish Kerr versus Sam Tanner over 400.
I like it.
I know. Thanks, Kayla Goodwin. Keep them coming, team. We've got a big field in this high jump, actually, so it will take some time for us to see Hamish Kerr.
Yep.
Whilst it will start at 5 p.m, expect not to see him for some time.
Yeah, 5:30 potentially. We'll wait and see. We'll keep you as up to date as we can. Of course, the women's pole vault, the men's hammer. There'll be the start of the men's shot put as well, as we've got 400 metre races to bring you to in the senior ranks in the not too distant future.
That was my grande from Auckland over that pole vault bar, and the height was 3 metres 17, so good clearance from Maya. So she'll take another attempt at, or next attempt at 3:32. So the sequence is going in from fourth, if we just jump ahead, 4:35, 4:45, and then it's actually not letting me scroll any further than that, but it'll be interesting to see what the increments do as the competition progresses.
So it looks like Olivia McTaggart will have the bar set at 4:35 for her first attempt.
It's Jared Neighbours in the hammer. He was in action in the discus yesterday. This is the fourth round of the hammer. So 5 competitors. Now the order is reversed. So Neighbours will set the new order. He'll go first. That throw was 30 metres 59, which is his best today. And next up will be Heath Abbott.
Closing in on a personal best there. Jared Neighbours had a 30.78 at the ITM a couple of weeks ago. Heath Abbott, 18 years of age, under 20 silver medalist. Of course, we've got an Otago athlete as well, a home athlete, and Todd Bates, an Otairi, 5-time medalist in this field too. We're looking to make that 6.
It's the Bates family, athletics royalty down here.
Here is young Heath Abbott, who has a best so far of 46.93, so just 9 centimetres down on the mark he achieved at the ITM of 47.02. His 4th attempt as we await measurement to come through. But as things stand, men's hammer, Anthony Nobilo, a 5-time national champion, but last year's runner-up in first position with a 68.77. And Anthony Barnes, the defending champion, in second with a 67.97. And in fact, Heath Abbott has just gone into the bronze medal position. And that's a big be, is it? No, season's best, excuse me, of 48.88 for the Wellingtonian. A nice little duel here, you think, for the bronze too, between Todd Bates, home soil, his 4th attempt now, and Heath Abbott. Just nearing the right edge of the sector, and we'll see if that is an improvement on his best so far of 48.03. Perhaps not. Repairs required, understandably, as the hammer cannons into the grass, and it is, I believe, a big improvement for Todd Bates. His best so far, 52.59. So he reclaims 3rd position. Here come the two Anthonys now in their ding-dong battle for men's hammer throw supremacy at the 2025 Jennian Holmes Track and Field National Championships. This is Anthony Barnes, 67.97 with his first. Every one of his attempts over 67 metres so far. Number 4. Oh, and it hits the side cage. Frustrating for Barnes. An opportunity missed. So Anthony Nobilo. An opportunity here to extend his lead in round 4.
A repair work on the hammer there, as we see on screen. Don't need any kinks in that. You want that flying nicely through the air. Barnes, he'll need to regroup, as he's got 2 attempts left to try and surpass this man here, Anthony Nobilo. 68.77 in round 3. What can he do in round 4?
Here he goes, Nobilo. Revolutions, lot of power. Oh, almost kisses the 70-metre line. Now wait the measurement. But surely, I know I've been fooled before by a 70-metre marker. At least to the naked eye, it seems very close, and I would have thought an improvement on 68.77, but we shall wait and see. And there it is, 69.43. Anthony Nobilo extends his lead with a season's best. So he is now 46 centimetres ahead of his fellow Aucklander and rival Anthony Barnes. Getting closer and closer to 70 metres. PB is 69.72 for Anthony Nobilo. I'm sure he'd love nothing more than going over 70 and en route to a national title. Edging closer, Sarah.
Well, as the other Anthony took the title away from him last year, so he's shown up here on a mission, hasn't he? You know, second ranked throughout the season, but he is turning up when it matters most at these national championships.
And it's a gradual improvement each and every time. 67.43, 68.64, 68.77, now 69.43. So come on, Let's see a 7-0.
Yeah, we are willing a 70-metre throw on. Where we are positioned is actually, despite our belief that the hammer's gone very close to the line, we are sort of well positioned to be able to judge. So as soon as that hammer gets over that line, my goodness, we'll probably will it on from where we are.
So 2 rounds to go. Jared Neighbours just fouled with his penultimate attempt. So this is young Heath Abbott, who has a best so far of 48.88. That measurement's just come through with his 5th attempt, 47.14. So he'll remain in 4th position. Todd Bates, 5-time medalist, he is currently in 3rd position. His best with his last attempt, 52.59. And catches the right side netting, unfortunately, does Todd Bates. And I noticed too, obviously every time Todd Bates steps in and out of the bird cage, those adjustments having to be made. I assume as a, do you call it a southpaw and hammer throw, a lefty?
Oh, I like what you did there with that boxing reference. But yes, the position of the net is moved by the officials dependent on the right-handedness or left-handedness that the thrower takes. And the last thing you want to see is a hammer coming out of that sector, because I've seen a hammer bounce down a track once, and it is not pretty, and it is extremely dangerous.
Oh, I can imagine.
So what can this man do here?
Yeah, the pressure's on, isn't it? Anthony Barnes, particularly, he needs to just forget about the last one, clipping that side netting, go back to his process. What can he deliver? Oh no, and now he's just lost that footing inside the circle. Unfortunate for Anthony Barnes. And it's all going to come down to a final attempt for him to defend his national title from last year. So, all the momentum truly with Anthony Nobilo at the minute, who just had a 69.43 season's best with his previous attempt. Currently in front, looking for the right to be called a national champion once again. Yeah, here goes a hush. Can he get up towards that 70 mark? It's just a little bit less, but in the centre of the sector. That won't be an improvement on the 69.43, but he remains in control of this men's hammer throw competition with 1 round to go. Just where Anthony Nobilo wants to be. And just quickly scan across to the women's pole vault, still in the early stages. Elaine Zaya with a successful clearance at 3.47 metres. Aria Rhodes as well. Maya Grundy unsuccessful at 3.47. And she's here now looking to clear it with her second attempt. And doesn't achieve that, Maya, but will get one final attempt, or potentially an opportunity to a little bit higher and put it all on a different height.
And we see now for the first time, well, the first time I've seen them on screen, the big boys. Well, there's a lot of big boys down this end actually with the hammer throw. But we've got another battle brewing in the men's shot put. And this official with that wide brim hat on, who was just in shot, has had a key role to play in the career of Tom Walsh and many others. Ian Baird, he's a legend, South Canterbury legend. But this is Abbott, last attempt. So Heath Abbott, can he get up over 50? Not sure if that will do it to jump positions with Todd Bates. He's had a best today of 48.88. Needs to get better than 52.59 if he is to get into the bronze medal position. And there's Jacko Gill, one of the featured athletes of the program. And just out of shot there is Tom Walsh. A career of the big boys battling against each other. It's Liam Wolf with the mullet.
The Joe Dirt, bleach blonde.
That's what we decided, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably aging myself a touch, but I'm sure some of our viewers will get the reference. But you're not too far away from the men's shot put, getting underway at approximately 5:20. Go back to the hammer now. Todd Bates, final attempt.
Is able to get that one away. He hooked one in that 5th round, but he will take the bronze medal here in Dunedin in his hometown. And we'll await his measurement. And a 52.59 in round 4 for Bates. Is this better? Might just be short of that. And as we finish with Bates, we go to Barnes.
And it's all on the shoulders of that man, isn't it? Anthony Barnes, in terms of determining whether Anthony Nobilo can have the comfort of entering the circle, the birdcage, knowing he's a national champion, or knowing he's got work to do. This is it. All or nothing. Anthony Barnes sends it to the centre. Oh, it might not be quite enough, but I reckon it's his best of the day. 69.43 was the mark he needed to surpass to put the pressure back on Anthony Nobilo. We will wait an official measurement, but the gut feel is it's not quite enough. We shall wait and see. Eyes have been deceived before.
And there they are. The Anthonys.
Oh.
Isn't that lovely? Barnes passes the baton back to Nobilo, who has shown up here in Dunedin with the intent that the title is his. And he bought it early. Now, what can he do with the pressure off him now that he's got the title in his back pocket? Can he crack that 70 metres, Nick?
Never done it. Anthony Nobilo, at least in competition, 69.72. He will be a national champion for a 6th time. Can he join the 70-metre club? Anthony Nobilo. Final throw. And he walks straight out of the centre. He knows that isn't worth measuring up, but he acknowledges the crowd. Big smile on the face. And Anthony Nobilo wins the Battle of the Anthonys. The 25-year-old out of North Harbour, runner-up last year, gets his national title back for a 6th time. As you say, Sarah, right from the off, he's meaning business, ready to go, and that 4th attempt was the one for him that sealed the deal at 69.43 metres.
I just love the way he walked into the circle with a great body language, like this is my circle, I'm going to own this today, and he certainly did. And that last throw actually of Todd Bates, 52.90, was in fact the best of his day, and he will get the bronze medal as we see the results on screen now, confirming it is Anthony Nobilo, the winner here of the men's hammer, 69.43 from Barnes, 67.97 to Todd Bates, the local athlete, 52.90. And a great battle between the two Anthonys.
Great battle indeed, and there's plenty of great battles still to come, including in the women's pole vault. And that was a successful clearance there for Hannah Addy, 21-year-old two-time under-20 champion, and clears the bar at 3.62. It has been over at 4.10 metres. It's her personal best, in fact, a height cleared just last month. So Maya Grundy, who we caught a few moments ago, she did have a third attempt at 3.47 metres, but unsuccessful. So her competition ends at that height. But Aria Rhodes, Eliza and Hannah Addy all over at 3.62. Two Olympians, Eliza McCartney, you can just catch there in the left of screen with the jacket and the hoodie up, biding her time. Looks like she'll enter the competition at 4.45 metres, and Olivia McTaggart in at 4.35.
So this is the challenge for both Eliza and Olivia coming in later than these other competitors, is that they do need to do a full warm-up while they have got the warm-up bar up, and then reset just prior to when they enter the competition. So it does take a bit of adjustment when you are, coming in later. We'll see this with Hamish Kerr later on today, as he elects not to jump at those early heights, as we see now. Arianda Rhodes unsuccessful at 3.77, so that's her first attempt. A reminder that you get 3 attempts at each height, or if you do elect to pass, if you have 3 consecutive misses, that will signal the end of your competition. So we have 3 jumpers jumping at the moment, 2 still to enter the competition. And we'll be keeping an eye on this women's pole vault as we see now the introduction of the men's high jump. And there we have it, Olympic champion Hamish Kerr, back home at the National Championships.
Who owns Hamish Kerr? Because I feel like, sorry, that came out a little bit wrong, but Dunedin, Auckland, Christchurch based. He's obviously representing Canterbury. I know personally, being Christchurch based, when he comes through the sports news, I like to add, Christchurch based Hamish Kerr. But, he's a bit of a nomad, if you like, in terms of his allegiances, of course representing Canterbury, but I'd like to know what does he consider himself?
Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Yeah, of course. I mean in the domestic sense.
I don't want to start a regional argument over this live stream, Nick, but, give us your feedback. I'd love to know. As we see the field here, the mats have shifted down. They have been turned perpendicular to their normal position to allow for these competitors to not jump into the southerly tailwind. As we go back to the pole vault now. This is Hannah Addy.
The bar is set at 3.77. Elaine Zai unsuccessful with her first attempt at this height, as was Aria Rhodes. Hannah Addy, as mentioned before, two-time under-20 national champion. Bit of discussion there, though, between the officials as well. Not sure if there's a slight delay for Hannah through her preparations. There's the signal that is about to head down the runway for Hannah 80. And oh, well clear. A lot of room to spare too for Hannah 80. So successful on her first go at 3.62 and successful now with the height raised a further 15 centimetres at 3.77. So the increment for her will be adjusted again by 15 centimetres to 3.92. We wait and see if she'll have company there with Elaine Zai and Aria Rhodes still to have second attempts at 3.77. Just in terms of track action, of course we are focusing for the time being on all these field events to come very soon, but in around 3 or 4 minutes time, we just see an issue there for Aria Rhodes. But we will have the men's 200 metre para race in 3 or 4 minutes time. Just looking over, not too far away from the pole vault actually. And they are getting set up right now. The likes of Mitchell Joint, William Steadman, 5-time para medalist Will Steadman, 5 in the field. Bring you that race set to start in about 3 minutes time. Plenty still to come on the track with the 100 metre finals to close our track program. We of course also have 1500 metre heats set to start in around about 17 or so minutes time, featuring the likes of Sam Tanner in heat number 1 and Sam Ruth in heat number 2. Those races in and around all the field action happening in and around the Caledonian grounds. Here are our competitors in the men's 200 metre para. Mitchell Joint in lane number 3. Out of Warkworth, north of Auckland. 2-time World Championship medalist here in the green. Number 624. 6th at the Paris Paralympics last year, the T64 category. Will Steadman just coming off a New Zealand record improvement over 200 metres at the international track meet at Ngāpunawai, the Cantabrian, in lane number 5. Had a time there of 24.55 seconds. Still only 25 years of age. Youngest ever Paralympians, 5-time Paralympic medalist. So in the field in lane number 4, Jackson Woolley, coming off the New Zealand T38 record in the 100 metres. Finn Tregertha-Nen in lane number 7, and the Aucklander Zachary Orbell in lane 6 as well. Great to have our para-athletes as part of our program here to bring to you on Super Saturday. We're lucky enough to have Anna Grimaldi racing a little bit earlier on her home track in the 100 metres. And they're just being welcomed by the ground announcer Hayden Sherman here to the crowd. As are the shot put competitors. The men's shot put not too far from getting underway as well. You see Tom Walsh there in the centre, and the Canterbury colours giving the crowd a bit of a wave. Nick Palmer to his left. Our focus here on the men's para 200. Joint, Woolley, Steadman and Allbell. Off to a clean start. And Jackson Woolley showing his pace in the Waikato Bay of Plenty colours in lane number 4. Here comes Mitchell Joint now, though, in lane number 3 out of the Riverhead Athletics Club. Looking strong, looking powerful. And he is going all the way to a win in a time of around 23 seconds. Jackson Woolley across in second. Will Steadman in third, with Zachary Allbell and Finn Tregerthanen rounding out the field. And the wind reading has just come through as well of a plus 2.3 metres per second, so just outside that legal limit, but a 23.68 for Mitchell Joint. He'll be happy with that, I'm sure. There's a 23.15 personal best for Jackson Woolley. 24.53 in second position. This is all adjusted as well, percentage based. William Steadman 25.02, around half a second down on the time he ran at the international track meet a couple of weeks ago. And here the shot put field is officially being welcomed now. Tom Walsh just looking there, try and get some information through, but I don't see Jacko Gill there on that lineup, which would be rather unfortunate if that is the case. See if we can get some information through to you very soon. Hopefully that's just maybe my eyes deceiving me. Auckland athlete there with bib 137, Reed Davidson. Sarah's just stepped out of the commentary position for a moment to get some reaction from the men's hammer throw, which concluded a moment ago. Anthony Nobilo reclaiming his national title. But yeah, fingers crossed that was just Jacko missing the introductions as opposed to the competition itself. As we look back to the women's pole vault, and just getting stuck for that attempt there was Hannah Adey, who has gone clear at 3.92. That was her first try at 4.07 metres. And she'll have another attempt at that height. Elaine Zai, Aria Rhodes out at 3.77. Maya Grundy, her best at 3.32. And passing at these heights so far is that lady there in the Nike jacket with the hood up, Eliza McCartney, and as well fellow Paris Olympian Olivia McTaggart. Of course, we've got the men's high jump as well in the early stages, and it will take a little bit of time before we have Hamish Kerr set the bar at the height he'd like to start at so far. And we do have a couple of internationals in the field, and here's one of them here, Edward Nah, representing the Cook Islands. Excuse me, Samisoni Hewitt representing the Cook Islands, but he's successfully over at 1.88 metres. Looks like Hamish is going to enter the competition at 2.19. He had a 2.30 clearance at the international track meet a couple of weeks ago. Likes of Adam Stack, Ben Walker and Tia Wynyard coming in at 1.93. The next event up on the track is the women's 200 metre para. 4 competitors in the field in lane number 3. Sasha Aldazani, Taranaki region. 2 Taranaki competitors, and Sasha and Amy Ellis. Kate Danaher in 4. And Sarah James in lane number 6. We just have had confirmation, unfortunately, that Jacko Gill has withdrawn from the men's shot put competition. So that is unfortunate. Hope all is well with Jacko. Unsure if it's injury or illness related, but he has withdrawn from the competition. The 2-time defending champion who looked in really good form a few weeks ago up at the Sir Graham Douglas International in Waitakere. We have Tom Walsh and Nick Palmer, of course, in the men's shot put, but this is the women's 200 metre para race, and it's a strong start by the 2 Taranaki athletes, Sasha Aldazani and Amy Ellis, as they make their way down the home straight. Amy Ellis with a personal best of 30.64. Can she get close to that? It's going to be very close. The Aucklander Kate Danaher finishing strong as well as Sasha Aldazani and Sarah James too, out of Canterbury. Of course, with the different categories, those times will be adjusted on a percentage basis. The time that has come through, that wind has just picked up a touch after the men's race to a plus 3.0. But, Amy Ellis with a 30.27. Kate Danaher 33.82, and Sasha Aldazani's time through there as well, 34.12. Sarah James 37.07. Let's send it down to Sarah, who is standing by with one of our athletes.
Well, I'm here with a very happy Anthony Novolo, not Anthony Barnes. He's got his title back, number 6. Anthony, you must be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy with today, especially considering the weather and slippery circles. So, second best ever throw. So really, really happy with the result there. Yeah.
You had a good battle, though, with your training partner, and it was great to see you guys have a nice little hug there. You know, what's that like, both of you being able to push each other to great distances?
I've really enjoyed training with Anthony. It's been a really good experience since I haven't thrown with a hammer thrower like that since I was training partners with Nicole Bradley. And yeah, I've really enjoyed working with him and like wondering how he ticks and seeing how I can improve myself as well. So I'm really thankful that he's been around this season to push me. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You really had a great competition out there, and it was wonderful to see you guys going at it so well. Winner of the men's hammer throw, Anthony Novolo.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks to Anthony as well, as we head across for the first time from a competition perspective at least to the men's shot put. And this is Nathaniel Salupo in the circle. Representing Samoa. The lead is currently held by Liam Unchuk-Wolf at 17.12. There's a personal best of 17.70. Measurement to come through for Nathaniel, but the man centre of your screen representing Canterbury is Tom Walsh. Nick Palmer still to come as well. And as mentioned a few moments ago, no Jacko Gill, unfortunately, a late withdrawal from this competition. What can Tom produce first up? There's a 21.10 first up at the ITM, and that looks good. That marker set potentially at 21. We'll see very soon. That first measurement comes through. Shrug there, and it is on 21, a 21.11, so a season's best by a centimetre for Tom Walsh. And Sarah Cowley-Ross, as you join me back in the commentary position, there's obviously something about first round throws in the last fortnight for our man from Timaru.
Yeah, well, 1 centimetre, take every centimetre, I think. And it'll be really interesting to see what Tom does as he builds into this competition, as we see his training partner here, Nick Palmer, in action for the first time. Nick Palmer currently ranked, well, 3rd across Jacko, Tom, and then Nick. He was 2nd at the ITM to Tom, but he is a 20-metre thrower. So that is 1981 for Nick Palmer, so also a season best.
Yeah, season's best by 9 centimetres already, so that's really encouraging for Nick Palmer. Might leave the shot put there because 1,500 metre heats are coming up very shortly. 1,500 metre final to be held tomorrow. We will have coverage of that race for you here on the Athletics New Zealand YouTube channel. But there is 8 of the 13 athletes. I'm guessing we'll flick over to page number 2 in a moment in heat number 1. But Sarah, I feel like it's fair to say, as we're away, Sam Tanner, the man at the back of that field, the Olympian, one of our runners to watch. I'm sure he just wants to safely advance the top 6 from each of these 2 heats straight through to tomorrow's final.
Yeah, I've seen Sam Tanner do this here at these national championships a number of times in the heats. Sit, kick, get through safely, keep the legs as fresh as possible for the final tomorrow.
So the full field, just to run through, is the dozen runners taking it relatively cool early on. That's David Lee out in front, the Cantabrian. And on his shoulder is Ben Bedois, who's just coming off what was one of our highlights of the day yesterday, that men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Ben coming home with the silver. So he'll be looking to be in that top 6 as well. But David Lee, Stephen Johnson, Ben Bedois, Connor Melton, Nelson Doolan, Lorcan Rabbit, Ollie Chignell, a local athlete out of Otago, Stuart Hoffmeyer, Sam Tanner, Matthew Taylor, Toby Dasker, another one out of that 3K steeplechase, Jake Owen and William Little.
Now, Ollie Chignell, he's already been in action over these championships, winning the 5K title on the opening night here in Dunedin. So a wonderful result for him as the Otago athlete to take away the national 5,000 metre title.
It's coming up to the just over the 1 minute 40 mark. We'll see if we can get some split information through. Just to remind that top 6 from this heat through to tomorrow's final. Sam Tanner there, just coolly looking at the 12 runners ahead of him. Right on 2 minutes and 1 second through. 2 laps remain.
So it's David Lee at the front, but I tell you what, Sam Tanner just starting to work his way up the field. As we see a big group here, they know he's coming.
That pace has just started to come on a touch. David Lee, Stephen Johnson out of Otago, right on his right shoulder.
Bit of pushing. So these guys need to run safely so there's no trip-ups along the way.
That's William Little out of Canterbury coming around the outside, 3 wide, bib number 368. 381, Connor Melton in 4th position. Sam Tanner from 13th to 5th in a flash as they hear the bell right on 3 minutes 5. Pace is picked up. Have to finish in the top 6 to be there in the final tomorrow. And it's Stephen Johnson who's taken the lead. David Lee sliding back. Toby Tasker beginning to make a move as well. Sam Tanner comfortably positioned in there in 4th. Can Ollie Chignall get there in that top 6 as they make their way around the final bend and head down the home straight? And Sam Tanner just coolly getting onto the shoulder of Stephen Johnson. A little fist pump for good measure as well. How about that? William Little in 3rd, Ben Boudoir 4th, David Lee, and there is your 6. Stuart Hoffmeyer, I believe it is, rounding out the 6 runners through to tomorrow's final. And look at that time, that final lap, around 55 seconds. Safely through to tomorrow's final, those 6 athletes, including our Olympian Sam Tanner.
So how about that fist pump down the home straight by 2 characters of this sport? Ollie Chignall, the hometown hero on Thursday night, and Olympian Sam Tanner. So it was Tanner I was timing over that last lap. Sub 56 as we see them come through this final straight, both looking round. There it is. Thanks for coming. We're safe, we're through. Let's not expend any more energy than we need to. Sam Tanner in total control in the first heat of this men's 1500. Always a feature of the national championships. And he can get into some warm clothes and get ready for the final tomorrow. Confirmation of Tanner's time, 4:01.24 to Ollie Chignall, 4:01.39.
Excuse me for confusing Ollie Chignall and Stephen Johnson there. Just had my 2 Otago bib numbers muddled up, but certainly Ollie Chignall there in 2nd position. William Little and Ben Boudoir, a busy program for him. Now adds the 1500 metre final to his schedule. David Lee, his time's through as well, 4 minutes 2.07 seconds. On to heat number 2. The top 6 will join quickest 6 from that first heat in tomorrow's final. And with good reason, there's been a lot of discussion around this young man, 15 years of age. Sam Ruth, representing the Waikato Bay of Plenty, here with number 4 on his hip. Part of Craig Kirkwood's stable of runners. Fastest 1500 metre time by a 15-year-old at the Sir Graham Douglas International. Time 3 minutes 41.25 seconds. It was a 5-second personal best. So look for Sam Ruth, and great as part of our coverage too, we can keep eyes on in the corner just to see what is happening in the men's shot put. Tom Walsh round 2 with a 20.40. So his best remains 21.11. But just looking at this field, Sarah, We've got Ethan Swallow as well, and just on the left of picture, he just won the 800 metre senior title yesterday. He'll be looking to be there in that top 6 as well. James McLeay too. And look at that picture just in the bottom left, Eliza McCartney. So it's all happening here at the Caledonian ground. This is her first attempt as the 1500 Heat 2 looks to get underway. Eliza McCartney down the runway and comfortably over at 4.45 metres in her first competition in 2025. Olivia McTaggart is a successful attempt at 4.35. First one unsuccessful at 4.45. Sam Ruth out in front in a rather pedestrian opening lap. Plenty of jostling for positions. Benjamin Wall out of Manawatu Wanganui there on his right shoulder. As is Luke Mitchell. And looks like the Southlander there on the inside behind Sam Ruth. It is in James McLeay.
Getting a little encouragement from the high jumpers on the top, on the bottom bend there as they are into their competition. But Sam Ruth applying quite a different tactic to Sam Tanner in the second heat of 2. A reminder, the top 6 in each heat will progress through to tomorrow's final.
And a little change here. Sam Ruth happy to give up the lead here on this second lap to Luke Mitchell. Just looking over at the women's pole vault as well. The bar set at 4 metres 55.
So 2 laps to go in the second heat of 2 in the men's 1500. The pace is not hot, but it doesn't matter. It's all about the positioning. Top 6 to go through. And watch now as all of a sudden someone is going to make a move. And it's quite bunched up, so look for someone to clear out here. Will it be Sam Ruth? Will it be Wall? It's a bit of a wall at the moment.
Benjamin Wall. There's a 3-minute 43 PB. Currently there at the front representing Manawatu Wanganui with Sam Ruth on his shoulder. Here's a move too from Ethan Smollett. Pye Wynyard as well. Coming around 3 wide. James McLeay still tucked in as they hear the bell at 3 minutes 8 seconds. Top 6 through to tomorrow's final. It is very bunched. As Benjamin Wall still in front from Sam Ruth. James McLeay getting out from the inside rail. Here comes the 2 Cantabrians and Ethan Smollett and Pye Wynyard. The Aucklander Daniel Hayes lurking there as well. Oh, it's a flurry of athletes late trying to get in this top 6 to advance to the final. It's Wall in front, Ruth in second. Down the home straight. James McLeay looking to get some space. The Wellingtonian Callum Stewart is wide. Sam Ruth with a little glance to his right, a little tongue poke as well. They're going to go through. James McLeay's going to take it. Ruth, Wall, Hayes. Might have even been, is it Darian Sarori up for 5th position. We'll confirm those top 6. What was a frenetic finish there. You can tell though, Sam Ruth and James McLeay leaving a little bit in the tank, plenty in the tank for tomorrow's final.
And a nasty fall there by Callum Stewart. Unfortunate for the Wellingtonian. And shot there, hitting the deck. No one wants to see that, and we hope he's okay.
And in the women's under 18 long-term competition, we're now into round 6, final jump by Jennian Wright. It's time jerking time perfectly.
You can see a lot of people around that high jump area as we build into that competition. The stand is full. We've got people all around the Caledonian as we have still so much action to get through in this Super Saturday at the Jennian Homes National Track and Field Events Championship. And confirmation, Daniel Hayes is the winner of that second heat, 4:05.32 from the young gun Sam Ruth, 4:05.53. And then Luke Mitchell as we go to McCartney. That's 4:55. She's over. So McCartney over at 4:55. McTaggart also over at 4:55. So we await now the next height, which we believe is 4:65. Let's now get the feedback from, as she now gets the feedback from James Stain assisting her. This little tail breeze behind them on that back straight, but it, as you can see from that windsock, it is a bit blustery, so just another variable for these pole vaulters to manage.
So the 12 competitors through to the men's 1500 final. Just to confirm, Sam Tanner, Ollie Chignell, William Little, Ben Boudoir, David Lee, Matthew Taylor. So it was run a fair bit quicker, that first heat. In terms of the times, I'm sure the pace will be well and truly accelerated in tomorrow's final. Daniel Hayes, Sam Ruth, Luke Mitchell, Darian Serrari, Benjamin Wall and Mason Waterworth all through to tomorrow's final. So we look back to the women's pole vault where the bar will be set at 4.65. McCartney, McTaggart is glancing down to our left as well, and the men's shot put will bring you the third attempt from Tom Walsh. Currently has the lead at 21.11.
So the bar's getting higher, and the first to go at the new height of 4:65 is Olivia McTaggart. She's up. Oh, can't quite get hold of that. So that's her first miss at that height, 4:65. She has cleared this indoors this season already at the Keeley Classic in Europe. So all things going to plan, if Eliza does not pass this height, she will take the next jump.
So the women's hammer throw field as well, just being introduced to the patrons here at the Caledonian Ground in Dunedin, featuring, of course, multiple national champion Lauren Bruce. Competition too far away from getting underway. National record holder. Keep eyes across that as well. Track program. Bit of a pause before our senior 400-metre finals after 6 o'clock. Over to the men's shot put circle. Tom Walsh. Best so far of 21.11 metres, a season's best. He's trying to rally the crowd in behind him. Doesn't have the luxury of having Hamish Kerr at the same end like you did at the ITM. They were competing for claps at one stage. Here goes Tom, attempt number 3. Oh, and again, flirting with that 21-metre mark. 20.40 in round 2. Certainly improvement on round 2. See if it's an improvement overall, perhaps not. 20.93. Good series to start. Goes and has a chat with his team. Hayden Hall. There's John Quinn there in the beanie. Back to the women's pole vault.
First attempt, Eliza McCartney at 4.65. First time we've seen her in 2025. She's got the smile on. And let's see if she can continue to clear on her first height. Eliza, 4.65. She's up and she's over. Well, McCartney certainly going off a shorter runner today. And she's the reigning silver medalist from World Indoors last year at the Paris Olympics. She was 6th, and of course that brilliant bronze in Rio in 2016. As we see McCartney and just her ability to work up the pole really sets her apart.
Advantage McCartney in the women's pole vault. 3 attempts and 3 successful clearances at 4.45, 4.55, and just as you saw there, 4.65. So, McTaggart will be up next. Her second attempt at 4.65. Let's see where things are at the men's high jump. Of course, features Hamish Kerr. He'll still have that yellow jacket on, staying warm before he enters the competition. As things stand, competition or the bar's currently at 2.03 metres. Back to Olivia McTaggart. Second attempt at 4.65. Just nicks the bar on the way over.
So a regroup for McTaggart so she can be in a better position to clear this bar. She'll have 1 attempt remaining at this height, and she walks over to her team. And she'll need to make necessary adjustments. But she knows she has cleared this bar in recent times, so it's within her. But that was in indoors. So we shall catch her last attempt at this height very shortly.
Just to clarify, does she have the option to increase the bar to even just marginally to go ahead, or it's because there's been unsuccessful attempts she has to stay
No.
at 465?
She could pass now.
I was just wondering why the official was just checking in.
Yep. So because she knows she's got silver, if she wanted to put pressure on Eliza and she was confident at clearing 475, she could then take her last attempt at 475. So we go to Cook Island competitor Samasoni Hewitt in the men's high jump. It is a miss at 2:03. So it's brewing down there.
So we've still got 5 athletes in at 2.03. Including this man here, Rafe Kulialo. And he's unable to clear his first attempt at 2.03. Here is Adam Stack, who's actually the defending champion.
Jumped a PB to win in Wellington last year. It was a great performance. Hamish Kerr had just come back from World Indoors. He had a sensational win there, which really kick-started and catapulted his year. 2:36 there to set the national record and set the world alight, really. And here's Adam Stack. 2:03.
2:03, yeah, just unable to clear successfully there for Adam. 2 more attempts. So Adam Stack, Tia Wynyard, Dale Arbuckle, Samasoni Hewitt, the Cook Islands competitor, and Ruff Kuliole, and Ben Walker, in fact. So we've got 5 athletes at that height at the moment. Back to the women's pole vault. And it remains at 465. Getting the crowd in behind it over on the embankment side of the Caledonian ground. Can she continue her competition? Olivia McTaggart has cleared 4.65 this year in the United States. Can she do it here at the Jennian Homes National Track and Field Championships? She can! Oh! She can! 3rd time's a charm for Liv McTaggart. And she nods in approval, said, yep, I'm here to stay a little bit longer. And the duel between Eliza McCartney and Olivia McTaggart extends to another height.
And the intent here on the runway. Great acceleration into the takeoff, and damn, she's happy about that.
I just love the reaction of those young kids on the hill there too. Jaws dropped.
Oh, there's so many kids on the hill. It's so great. They're right there seeing some of the world's best vaulters. So the bar now will go to 475. And Eliza will take the first jump. Now, because there are 2 competitors remaining in the competition, and we've also got other sporting royalty in the arena today. That's Hamish Bond, many times Olympic champion, winner of many things, including an America's Cup.
An all-rounder.
Just
a serial winner.
Serial winner. 3-time Olympic gold medalist, twice in the pair, once in the 8. Bronze in the time trial at the Commonwealth Games in the road race. And then a gold, at the America's Cup.
Gold?
Gold?
The old mug.
The old mug. Got the mug.
Got the mug.
So now that there's 2 competitors, obviously now that they'll have 3 minutes between jumps, and it comes down to 1, it will be 5 minutes. So back to the high jump. Samasoni Hewitt. Second attempt, 2:03. Can't quite clear that.
This group at 2.03, we can say that Tia Wynyard and Ben Walker, the 2 Cantabrians, have gone over at 2.03 on their second attempt, so they'll advance to 2.07. There's the Aucklander Rath Koalong. Second attempt, 2:03. Get that one cleared without the bar dropping, unfortunately for Rath. Dale Arbuckle as well, the jumper out of representing the Tasman region. There's one to come at 2.03. So we go back to the women's pole vaults. Livi McTaggart again, rallying the crowd in behind her with the bar set at 4.75. This be personal best territory for Liv McTaggart. Just clipped it, looked like with her toes there to Liv McTaggart.
Good attempt. Good attempt. You know, she's seen the height now. She's had an attempt at it. She knows what it feels like. And the great thing for the vertical jumpers is that, as we see the replay here, they have to work through a number of heights before they actually get the opportunity to jump a personal best. So now she's in this place. She needs to really maximise this opportunity to jump a personal best. And she is actually ahead of Eliza on the jumping order, but Eliza is ahead of Olivia on the score sheet because she has a clean sheet to date. So McCartney will go next, and she has 3 minutes to take her jump.
Too far away from 4th round attempts too for the likes of Nick Palmer and Tom Walsh, men's shot put leader at the midpoint of that competition. Continue those attempts from the women's pole vault as soon as they're ready. This is Nathaniel Salupo, currently in 5th position with a best of 16.48. Just an update on Nick Palmer, trying to get another one over that 20-metre mark. Went very close in round 1, 19.81 and a 19.72 in round 3. For Tom Walsh, a 21.11, a 20.40 and a 20.93.
So here's McCartney preparing herself. 4.75 first attempt. Talking to herself, willing herself on. And she's set to go. McCartney, 4.75. No, she doesn't like that. So still has time to reset herself. If she had broken the parallel of the uprights, that would have counted as an attempt. So there's a woman there with that yellow flag. If that yellow flag goes up, that means she's only got 15 seconds, I believe, before she must start her jump. So re-go, McCartney, round 1, first attempt, 4.75. She has a look. She backs out a little bit. So both miss their first attempt at 4.75. Starts to invert, but doesn't quite get there. And so she will go back to her marks, take the feedback from the coaches. Go again. So, at the men's shot put, in the bottom of your screen there, we've got Nick Palmer. He's currently in second place. This is round 4. Palmer, and that's a red flag for Palmer. So, unfortunately, that throw won't count. He stepped out the front, but just edging towards that 20 metres.
He knows he's capable. He's done it last year, 20.07, but it's just eluding him so far on the summer circuit in 2025. Tom Walsh back in the circle now, a competition leader with 21.11. Round 4. And again, just hammering away on that 21-metre line. Believe that'll be an improvement on his best to 21.11. We'll bring you that information when we can. But now, Liv McTaggart.
So McTaggart, attempt 2, 4.75. This will be a personal best if she can clear this height. So, not to be. So she will have one more go at this height.
That's what you discussed before, Sarah, in terms of breaking that parallel. Coming up, having a look, and just not. They must know immediate, pretty soon up the as they launch up that it's not going to be what they're searching for. Great that they have that technology available there too with the two coaches. Get the live, following along the live stream footage.
And then they're back up the hill watching them to get to the right vantage point because they're training partners. So here's Eliza McCartney off the short run. And this is attempt 2. So she had a look at 4.75, didn't complete the jump, but knows now that this is her time. No. So frustrating for McCartney, not able to complete the jump. So she remains in first place in this competition because she has had a clear sheet. So no misses until this height. But both McCartney and McTaggart will have one more attempt at the women's pole vault.
And our attention now turns back to the track. We'll keep eyes on those two final attempts for McTaggart and McCartney in the pole. But it is time for senior 400-metre finals, starting with the men. And Lex Revel-Lewis. Can he do it, Sarah? 200ths of a second improvement required. National record.
Well, he's had a brilliant season, Lex Revel-Lewis, and hats off to him and his team for getting him in this great shape. No Tommy Tapuni to push him along. It was a great rivalry, bid it as a great rivalry. They had a little bit of little bit of banter between each other on Instagram in the early days, but it's Lex's show this afternoon, but he has to get round. It's not over till he crosses the finish line.
So the full field in the senior men's 400 metres. Ollie Dunshea in lane number 1. Lex Revel-Lewis representing Auckland in 2. Ethan Calder-Cass, Wellington 3. Jonathan Maples, Manawatu Wanganui. Blake Wood, the Aucklander, in 6. James Hansen in 7. And Jeremiah Rogel in number 8. And they are underway in this senior men's 400 metre final. 1 lap, and already pushing the pace is Lex Revel-Lewis, the Aucklander, in lane number 2. Oh, look at this, down the back straight. Shot out quickly as we look at the bottom of your screen as well, and Liv McTaggart unfortunately unable to clear over in her 3rd attempt, but the cheering here at the Caledonian is for Lex Revel-Lewis, pushing the pace. The national record is 46.09. He is powering his way down the finish line. Can he do it? Wow! It is going to be close. 46.12. I believe 46.12. We wait and see.
Well, the stadium clock right now is reading 46.12. We await the official result. Sometimes it is adjusted, but Lex Revel-Lewis, outstanding. He took off hard and fast, and no one was getting in his way here, as he could see the clock counting down, urging him on. Great run by Jonathan Maples to collect the silver, but we await the time. He's set the stadium alight. He's had a brilliant season. And unfortunately, it's not under his personal best, but no one can take away this gold medal and another national title for Lex Revel-Lewis. Outstanding, 46.16. A brilliant run for gold.
Jonathan Maples, as you mentioned, Sarah, a great run for the silver medal. 47.28 for the Manawatu Wanganui athlete. As we cross now back to the women's pole vault.
Eliza McCartney, attempt 3, 475. She's up. Oh, she hits it on the way down. McCartney not to be at 475, but she takes another national title, and she is your national champion once more. Collected her first one here in 2016. 53 New Zealand records across age group and senior, and no one can take away another national title for Eliza McCartney, and hats off to Olivia McTaggart. Had a great go at that last attempt at 475.
Oh, wait, take a breath. Lex Revel-Lewis, McTaggart, McCartney. It was all happening there for a couple of minutes. Great to bring you that men's 400 metre final. The women's 400 metre senior final not too far away as well. The men's shot put heading towards the business end as well. Let's see if we can get an update from the shot put circle before we bring you that 400 metre women's senior final. And can say Tom Walsh again peppering that 21 metre mark, but no improvement on his first attempt with a 20.96 in round 5. Remains in front. If you're just joining us on the live stream, unfortunately a late withdrawal for two-time national champion Jacko Gill. The men's high jump as well. Not far away, we understand, from Hamish Kerr entering the fray. Watched on so far. Sarah Cowley-Ross is going to step away and get some reaction from the likes of Eliza McCartney, Lex Revel-Lewis, and no doubt our winners of the women's 400, the men's shot put as well. And stepping into the commentary position is Kelly O'Hagan. How are you, Kelly?
Kia ora, I'm very good, very excited at the moment. There's a lot of action going on, and so it's great to see some outstanding performances here down in Dunedin.
Certainly is. Yeah, Super Saturday is living up to its billing. We should mention the women's hammer as well, which is ongoing too. Let's just take a quick look at where things are at there. Lauren Bruce, as we've come to expect, out in front with a 67.80 in her first round. Foul on the second attempt. So she is in control early of that women's hammer competition. Just looking at the men's high jump as things stand, Kelly, and Ben Walker clear at 2.07. This is Adam Stack now, the second attempt at that height.
It's great to see Ben getting a personal best there for 2:07. He got 2:06 a few weeks ago. We've got Adam just coming in for a jump there. Not to be that attempt. He does still have one more left, though, in the third round remaining. So we still have Adam Stack, Tia Wynyard and Dale Arbuckle, who have a third attempt coming up for 2:07.
Being Christchurch based, you'd know a bit about these trio, and just on Tia, I know silver last year behind that gentleman there, Adam, but really one coming through at just 19 years of age. Yeah, to be already pushing in the senior ranks is super encouraging. As we go back to Tom now, final attempt, hold that thought. Men's shot put. He will take home another national title as he launches it, and that one up over that 21 metre mark could potentially be his best of the day. An acknowledgement of the crowd, speaking to him earlier in the week. The World Indoors is big focus this month in Nanjing in China. He would have hoped today to have Jacko Gill there pushing him along. Not to be, unfortunately, but nonetheless, a job done for Tom Walsh as we await that final measurement. Take a look at the replay there. And that marker there is at 21 metres. He had a 21.11, and that is an improvement with his final attempt. A new season's best for Tom Walsh, 21.24. And you can tell there by the smile, he's a pretty happy man. As we run through the podium, Nick Palmer, the season's best, 19.81 with his first attempt. He takes home the silver. And Blessing Sefo with an 18.18. The 19-year-old, last year's under-20 champion, went to World Under-20s last year in Peru. Takes home the bronze. Before we get back to the men's high jump, the 400 metre women's senior final now, and a lot of excitement about the young lady in lane number 4, Madeline Waddell. Speaking of World Under-20s, went away last year, set national age group records. She's in lane 4. Jordan Blake in 3, Izzy Neal in 5, Grace Wisniewski in 6, and Holly Rule in lane number 7. Underway, clean start. What can Madeline Waddell produce? Izzy Neal making progress and inroads already, as is young Maddie Waddell. Goes past Izzy Neal on this back straight into a little bit of a headwind southerly here in Dunedin, but looking strong up towards and over that 200 metre mark. So we take a look at the time, hitting 30 seconds, and Maddie Waddell, how about this for a run as she seeks her first national title at the age of 17. Looking incredibly strong as she makes her way down the home straight. Can she hang tough? Izzy Neal to the right, Jordan Blake in that third position. Let's take a look at the clock, and it stops at 52.60. Madeline Waddell takes home the national senior title at the age of just 17. And that might be in personal best time as well. Look at the replay. 52.62. The stadium clock has just been adjusted. She ran a 53.16 at the Sir Graham Douglas. And it is, as things stand, a new personal best and a first time under the 53-second barrier for Madeline Waddell. And what a stage to do it. Her first senior title over 400 metres. Izzy Neal. It's her fourth medal in the national championships, taking the silver, and Jordan Blake, 54.71, the bronze. What a run there from Madeline Waddell.
And over in the high jump, we say goodbye to
See Hamish Kerr just crossed the track there. He'll be up soon in the men's high jump, but let's send it down for the time being to Sarah Kelly-Ross.
Well, he's recovered. We've got him up here. Lex Revel-Lewis, senior men's 400 metre champion. The crowd was willing you on, Lex. 46.16. So close yet again to that national record.
Yeah, man, that was probably one of my easiest feeling races. You know, I felt so good in that last 100. I just with the 400, you just get the lactic in the last 50 no matter what, and kind of got to my head a little bit, and yeah, that just ruined the race for me.
Well, it didn't ruin the gold medal. That is your third national title. You've had a brilliant season, Lex. Talk to us about what's next for you.
So I'm actually competing at Sydney Track Classic next weekend. We're running a 400 there against some of the Aussies, so it should be a good one. It's always pretty much good weather in Aussie, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And your training partner, Kahurangi Cottrell, he got up in the juniors 400 metres. How good is it to see your teammates do well?
Yeah, actually, I have another training partner, Noah King. He also won the under 18 400, so it's a sweep from my training squad in the fours, so yeah.
Well, I'll let you catch your breath, Lex, but congratulations. Not the national record today, but you have knocked on that door once again. You had the whole stadium alight cheering you on. Congratulations. Lex Revel-Lewis, he's got new ink and he's running fast. National champion here in Dunedin.
Thank you, Sarah. And great time to go back to the men's high jump. Kelly O'Hagan, you've been holding that thought for a wee while, but just talk us through this gentleman here, Ben Walker. You mentioned equal PB with a 2:07. He's in very, very good form.
Yeah, he's had a great season. So Ben's actually been one of my training partners. He moved down from Nelson recently to study, and so he is, in fine form as demonstrated. He's had a really amazing season, as well as the other Ototahi athletes. We've got Adam Stack, who has come in currently second place, but that once Hamish starts jumping will most likely pop down to a third place. And we've also got Tia Wynyard from Ototahi, who is a second equal as well with Adam. So 3 Ototahi jumpers currently, and then obviously Hamish will come in and jump soon. So we've got Ben's just on the runway. Not to be at that time, it's 2:11 the bar at, so pretty significant jump up, but he's very capable of taking this height, and you can see he's got a bit of a smile on his face. I mean, anything that happens from now on, he's got a PB, so...
I was going to ask, the mindset from here, right, is just, the PB's in the bank, and you must go in with an amount of confidence that not necessarily nothing to lose, but all to gain, right? You're already in a position where you're going to be taking home a senior national medal, a personal best, which I'm sure would have been some of the 2 targets going in. So from here, it's just like, let's see what I can do with the bar set at the height that I'm not overly familiar at, as we take a look at Hamish Kerr, having a chat to some of our fantastic content social media content creators who will no doubt be looking to make some cracking snaps of Hamish when he gets set to soar a little bit later on.
Yeah, Laura and Tim do an exceptional job for the NZ team. So if you ever see anything on NZ team, it's most likely, especially out of athletics, come from one of these two people talking to Hamish. They've been around for a wee while in the athletic scene, and they're lovely people and obviously you can tell that they enjoy having a good time. But Hamish will most likely come in pretty soon. 2:19 we've got him passing until. So Ben is all on his own, on lonesome just at this stage. But, you know, hoping that he'll take on the advice from his coach Terry Lomax, and he's also supported by his dad. And here he goes. He's got second attempt, Ben Walker, or he'll be feeling a little bit probably disappointed with that. He doesn't look like he's as happy as he was after the last jump. But it's interesting going back to what you said before about, you know, you've kind of got nothing to lose. Some people take that as a positive, and some people kind of can take that as a negative, you know, because for some people, once you've achieved a PB, you're looking at a bar that's obviously a lot higher than anything else you've ever potentially attempted before. And so that can sometimes be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on experience and how often you've seen that bar up. And when you're coming up to it, obviously it's quite high, and so yeah, depends on the experience.
Yeah, you don't want it to dent your confidence, right, going forward. You know, knowing that obviously you're making those incremental improvements and chasing those, you know, extra centimetres. But as you say, maybe first time in competition for Ben at 2:11, doesn't want to be overawed by it. Next time it may come around as we take a look at our high jumpers under the gazebo, staying warm. Just a quick update too on the women's hammer, as the order's just being reversed or rearranged based on the measurements of the first 3 rounds. But Lauren Bruce, 3rd round, and improves her best with a distance of 69.89. So up towards that 70-metre mark for Lauren Bruce as well. We just have a slight pause. We might take this opportunity to send it back to Sarah Carley-Ross for another interview.
Well, I've got Maddie Wardell here, senior women's 400 national champion. She went out hard, and boy did she come home 52.62. Maddie, can you believe it?
Oh, it was incredible, just like being able to run that fast, because I've been wanting to take a chunk off my PB for a while. So it was just finding the race to do it, and having all those amazing girls out there with me, Izzy and and the inside of me to push me. That was, yeah, really incredible.
Now, Maddie, you have had some good battles with Izzy over the season. Talk about that you laid it down fast in that race, though. Did you feel the wind on the back straight, or were you just invisible to that?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to let the wind put me off, because I know everyone's been talking about it a bit this weekend. But I was just there to run my own race and go out hard like I always try to do, and then finish strong. So I knew if there was a hard headwind on the back straight, it would bring me home fast on the home straight. So
super cool. Now, your mum, she's on crutches, but she's also your coach. You're a great team, and it was really nice for her to have a moment with you just before I pulled you up here. Now, what else have you got on this weekend?
I'm doing the 200 tomorrow, and then try recover before zones on Tuesday. So that's all the regional stuff starting again, and then the Y-Bops and finishing with North Island. So
back to the school athletics champs next week, but the senior woman national 400 metre champion lowers her age group records. Congratulations, Maddie Wardell.
Thank you, Sarah. I might have just seen there in the corner of the screen. We'll try and bring you a replay. Ben Walker's 3rd attempt at the height set at 2 metres 11. Here we go. Man currently in silver, and he'll stay in silver, but unfortunately unable to go over at 2 metres 11. But an acknowledgement of the crowd. There's that equal PB at 2.07.
And and I believe it will be his first senior medal. He has only achieved age group medals, so it's his first time. So that's an incredible feat for Ben there. And you can see Hamish Kerr, the man of the hour for probably over the competition. You know, there's a massive group of people down behind the barriers over there, all waiting and watching the VIP tent down there.
Yeah, I've noticed since the pole vault concluded that side of the embankment's come across, perhaps around to that high jump end or in the grandstand. Is again another light shower, which is just sort of coming and going here at the Caledonian Ground in Dunedin. Passes through. Still got sprint action to conclude our track program as well, featuring the likes of Zoe Hobbs and Tiaan Whelpton. The bar will be set, I believe, for Hamish at 2.19. We'll just stick with the women's hammer while we await Hamish's first attempt. This is one of our... In fact, let's go to Hamish now. He's set to go, so we won't hold him up. And easy as you like for Hamish Kerr. 2.15 in actual fact. Slight adjustment there coming through via the live timing. So we had a 2.30 at the ITM, which was really had Ngā up on their feet. And it will be interesting to see what Hamish has in mind.
Lovely and relaxed jump there for Hamish, just coming in. You know, he's been sitting out there for the last hour and a half almost, while the others are finishing, so it's always nice to get, they obviously decided to come in a little bit earlier just to get something in the legs and remain warm, because it's definitely cooling down out there. You can see all of them rugged up in the high jump tent.
So this is Iorana Tawhili representing Samoa. She's currently third overall with the best in her third round at 53.26. Up towards that 50-metre line again. And of course, without international athletes, we've got two of them in the competition here, in Tawhili and Ariel Canal out of Australia. So we could have a situation where an extra medal is handed out, if you like. Nadia Kumaric out of Auckland, currently fifth overall, but third best Kiwi, 48.52. And this lady here out of Wellington, Elizabeth Hewitt, currently in second position, best so far of 57.72 coming in the third round, and that is a personal best for Elizabeth Hewitt. She just loses her footing there, but still manages to get it in the centre of the sector. And the white flag is up. They will measure it up, but it might it's just to be a little bit shy of that best of 57.72. We'll stay with the women's hammer for now, as we see the bar will be set for Hamish Kerr next. He's having a seat, he's letting me know. So an opportunity to take the fourth round attempt from Lauren Bruce after the adjustment of the bird cage here. 69.89, quite a big season's best for Lauren. She had a 68.61 at the ITM a couple of weeks ago.
She'll definitely be pushing for over the 70. I know that she'll be, getting a bit more satisfied with the progression that she's currently seeing in this form that she's showing.
Have cut away to the under 20 100 metres. Can tell you it was just shy of the 70 metre there for Lauren, perhaps in and around 67, 68. We'll bring you that measurement in a short moment. But time to bring you some sprint action. This is the men's under 20 final, which will be followed by the women's under 20, and then into the men's senior 100 metre final, followed by the women's senior 100 metre final to round out our action on the track. And well, Rylan Nume out of Hawke's Bay Gisborne in lane number 4. Looked very good in the early heats this afternoon, as did Caden Taylor out of Auckland. Does have a personal best, Caden Taylor, of 10.50. Rylan Nume with a 10.56. Two of the quicker sprinters, as we expect, in the centre field. Nathan Culpin, Jacob Edge, Joe Dolphin, Rylan Nume, Caden Taylor, Lucas Lambert, Cole Yeager and Harry Williamson. For Joe Dolphin as well in lane number 3. He's got a 10.58 personal best. There's a hush around the Caledonian ground. Anticipation for this under 20 men's 100-metre final off first time, and it's a good start in lane number 5 from Caden Taylor. He's got Rylan Nume closing on him, but Caden Taylor strides out and takes the under 20 title from Rylan Nume. The stadium clock stops at 10.47, which would be a new personal best for Caden Taylor. He goes back to back. Take a look at the replay. Those long strides late. Caden Taylor. All the while Hamish Kerr allows the youngsters through off the track. That time through just adjusted there at 10.50. See if we get a wind reading too. 1.2. So that is a legal equal PB for Caden Taylor. Rylan Nume through in a 10.65, and Joe Dolphin rounding out the podium, 10.75. Over to you, Kelly, 2.19.
Getting the crowd involved there. Looking pretty comfortable over that. He will go over and have some chats with his coach James, and just see, oh no, they don't even need to go over and have a chat.
What do you reckon the signal is there, or the wee hand? Is that just...
I'm guessing that's going up 5 centimetres, because since he's the final person in the competition, he has choice of what he goes to now.
And what are you looking at seeing from someone as successful as you have been in high jump? What are there little technical aspects that show to you, at least to the trained eye, where Hamish is at in terms of what he'll be wanting to achieve here tonight?
I don't know exactly what his kind of goals and performances, what he's wanting from today, but you can definitely see that you know, every jumper has like little subtle things. You know, for me, it appeared that he was leaning quite far forward compared to what he normally does in his run. And so entered the curve slightly differently to he normally does. And so he'll just, you know, you've seen on the screen there in the bottom left-hand corner that he was over having a chat with his coach. So I don't know exactly what his current little work-ons are. Everyone's got little different things. And so it's, sometimes you can be like, oh, it's easy to spot something from an outside perspective, but actually that works for them and they're working on something else. So you never quite know exactly what people are working on.
And I suppose in a circumstance like this, right, where he's just jumping alone, it is an opportunity to, in competition mode, to perhaps trial a subtle tweak, knowing that, you know, World Indoors, if he chooses to go, is not far away, where he perhaps won't have that luxury.
Definitely, and he'll, you know, he's, as far as I know, we're aiming for our World Indoors, and so that's kind of the peak performance that they'll be looking for. So they'll just be making those fine-tuned things. It's only 2 weeks away now. And so that's kind of the biggest goal that they'll be looking for in terms of jumping well this season. You know, it's a bit harder out there, and as these 100-metre girls will also attest to, when it gets cold, it can be a bit more challenging, and you just got to remain warm and hope that the body also stays intact.
Yeah, just looking back at that men's 100 under 20, some PBs there too. It was a very fast run race, as we should come to expect at Nationals, with Jacob Edge with a PB in fourth at 10.91, and Lucas Lambert out of Wellington at 10.97. So 5 runners going sub 11 in that men's under 20 final. Now it's on to the women in the under 20 division. 8 runners in this field. Charlotte Goldsmith in lane number 6, representing Auckland with the quickest personal best at 11.83. Hello Aucklander Samantha Lathwood as well in lane number 5. And to watch as well, and Mia Diega, I believe pretty handy in the high jump too. In lane number 4, the full field, Michaela Fiti out of Tasman, Talia Van Rooyen, Auckland, Kendra Scully, Mia Diega, Samantha Lathwood, Charlotte Goldsmith, Alexandra Demansky representing Wellington, and Caitlin Black in lane number 8. Left screen, keep an eye too on the final 2 field events ongoing, the women's hammer and the men's high jump. This race to be followed by our senior finals, starting with the men. Closing out, Zoe Hobbs headlining the women's 100-metre final.
So it seems that Hamish has put the bar up to 225. So that there must have been what the 5 was. They've gone up to 225. He'll be wanting to get close or above what he achieved at ITM a couple of weeks ago.
We'll allow the under-20 females in the 100 metres to go through first. You can see that the track pants and the Puma jackets back on for Hamish Kerr. Right, women's under-20 100-metre final. And they're off to a clean start, and it's a strong start in lane number 5 from Samantha Lathwood, but Kendra Scully on her shoulder in lane number 3. The 2 Aucklanders, Scully or Lathwood. It's Lathwood late. Mia Diega appears to have got up for 3rd as well in lane number 4, but Lathwood over Scully in a time, or the stadium time at least, stops at 11.80. The wind has just picked up a touch since the men's under-20 100-metre final, a plus 2.9, so over that legal limit, but nonetheless Samantha Lathwood will be delighted with that 11.82 to take out the under-20 title. Really had to work for it as well. Lunge on the line to beat Kendra Scully, excuse me, in lane number 2 by just 1/100th of a second. Here's Hamish Kerr.
Getting the crowd involved again. And here he goes for his first attempt at 2.25 m. Oh, and he did bail on that one there. Won't be probably so happy with that one. But he'll reassess and come back, and you can see him shake his head there. Definitely not the happiest. But that's okay, that's why we get 3 attempts.
Certainly is. Take 2 coming up soon for Hamish Kerr. But while we await that, we will send it down to Sarah Kelly-Ross.
Well, I'm here with a very happy Eliza McCartney, another national title and 475, but you've drawn a line in the sand today, first outing of 2025. Are you as happy as your face says?
Yeah, I am actually. I was just running from a short run up today. It's the first competition of the season. It's really just a tester, a bit of a benchmark to see where things are at. And that was, I was really, really happy with what was coming out today. Would have been nice to get the 75, but really, really happy with my last attempt. The pole, I was using the speed, everything. So feeling like I'm in a nice place for this early in the year.
So you have, this is, you know, the first time we have seen you, as we've mentioned, but what's coming up for you? When can we see you again? Doha Diamond League will be my first competition of the outdoor suit, well, you know what I mean, of the European season.
and then hopefully most of the Diamond Leagues after that, leading into the World Championships in September. That's the plan for the season, really. It's going to be a spaced out one starting in mid-May with Doha going all the way to Tokyo in mid-September, but that's why this is my first outing of the year.
A very strategic and planned season ahead, but this has been a great outing to start it, and it's a place that is really special to you. You've got family roots here, but you also won your first senior national title here. What's it like for you being in Dunedin?
No, I actually really love competing here. I remember I jumped the World Youth Games standard here to qualify for that back in 2012 or 13. I jumped 480 for the first time ever in these grounds. And then today was a great day. I was really happy with how my jumping was today. So I've had great times in Dunedin. I love it.
Yeah, we'll bring on more great times for Eliza McCartney in 2025. Let's go back to the high jump now with you, Nick.
Thank you, Sarah. And see if we can get a replay on the full screen, but you might have just caught bottom left as Sarah's catching up with Eliza McCartney, our national women's pole vault champion. Another attempt at 2:25. What are you seeing here, Kelly?
Doesn't quite have his normal rhythm that he has as he's coming in, and similar to what I mentioned before, his upper body's kind of leaning a bit further forward, which can just kind of lead to a flow-on effect and then leaning into the bar a bit too early. So I think though that's, you know, just from a viewer's perspective, it's quite hard to appreciate how incredible it is. Obviously Hamish is an incredible athlete in his own right, but to wait for an hour and a half in the cold before coming in, you know, he's adjusted to that over the last 5-6 years that he's been at the top. And I don't think people really understand how impressive it actually is to then come back and to be doing what he's doing after being waiting for that long. And so that's a mental skill that he's had to work on over the years, and to figure out what works for him so that he can perform at his best even after he's been waiting for a while when he's in a domestic competition.
Yeah, what are you able to do in the gazebo there? Are you able to headphones on and listen to some music and just completely zone out, or is it certain rules around what you can do in terms of those moments while that waiting game is ongoing?
Generally not listening to headphones. They're not allowed in the competition arena, but you can just do what you can to keep warm, and you know, we often see Hamish in the corner of things, or just like looking quite relaxed and sitting there, you know, chatting to mates, and you're out there for a long time, so you get to know everyone really well, and so you just kind of got to do what you got to do. And for some people that will be quite insular, but I think especially in New Zealand and Australia, you often just chat to your mates and get to know people pretty well, and everyone's really supportive. So,
well, while we await Hamish, his next attempt possibly will be a third one at 2:25. Could decide to go higher if he wants, but I suspect it might stay at 2:25. Turn our attention to the men's 100 senior final starting in a couple of minutes. Tiaan Whelpton in lane number 5. A really good domestic season. Spent some time over in Australia as well, but came back and looked super strong at the Sir Graham Douglas International with a 10:10. 200ths of a second off that national record currently held by Edio Sainketia. Nearly got out of first gear, sorry Kelly, before he to get through the heats. But here is Hamish Kerr, will take this final attempt. What does he have in the locker?
Hopefully a nice clutch jump coming out here. And he thrives off a good crowd environment. Pulls out of that one, and he looks like he'll go back and reassess. And oh no, yep, he's getting the crowd moving. He's got about 15 seconds, I believe, on the clock, so he does have a little bit of time restriction there, but he's going back in and going in for his final attempt at 2:25.
Oh, and he just kicks it on the way down, unfortunately for Hamish Kerr. A little bit of frustration, but he is a national champion once more.
The 9th national champion, national title, I believe. Just a little bit of a stutter there, and just not quite his normal running rhythm, which he'll definitely feel when, as you can see, there's the frustration there, and he's going over to the guys and all the other high jumpers who will look up to him, and so it's awesome for them to be a part of being around someone of such a high caliber athlete.
Just while we await for the start of the men's 100 metres, Lauren Bruce has just launched that hammer out just to the right of the sector, but again up and towards that 70-metre line. She had a 69.89 in her third round. She's got the national title in the bag. Elizabeth Hewitt with the silver, a 57.99 with her final round. Lauren Bruce takes out another national championship in the women's hammer. Right, over to the track. If you've got a need for speed, then look out.
We've actually got two of Hamish Kerr's training partners in this race as well. Jackson Rogers in lane 1 and Angus Liver in lane 7.
So the full start list for the men's 100-metre senior finals: Jackson Rogers, Troy Middleton, Hayato Yaneto, Tommy Tapuni, Tiaan Whelpton in lane 5, Cody Wilson, Angus Liver and Julia Orr. Hayato Yaneto, lane number 3, super impressive in the heats, representing Otago.
Can't see a single person talking out there.
Just us. They're off to a clean start. There's Tiaan Whelpton already out in front. Tommy Tapuni in the second position, but Tiaan Whelpton powers to the line. Tapuni, and then it might have been Hayato Yaneto over for bronze at 10.15. The stadium clock stops. We'll wait to see if that stands, but another super time for one of New Zealand's fastest men, and with a legal wind too of 1.7 metres per second. Tiaan Whelpton, 10.19 it's updated to as we take a look at the replay. This customary strong start, and just blistering his way down the Caledonian ground track to take another senior title. Tommy Tapuni home in silver with a 10.47. And then I believe it was Hayato Yaneto representing Otago gets home for third. Waiting on that time to come through. But Tiaan Whelpton, he'll push towards the World Indoors in Nanjing, across 60 metres with a fair amount of confidence. It is Hayato Yaneto. There's that time through now, 10.51. That is your podium in the men's 100 metre final. And as we await the women's 100 metre final, our last event on day 3 of the Jennian Holmes Track and Field National Championships, let's send it down to Sarah.
Well, he's got his national title back. In fact, it's national title number 14. 15 if you include that discus title which he won off his mate Marshall Hall. But Tom Walsh, congratulations. Wonderful to see you out there, a season best. How would you rate the performance?
Look, it wasn't what I wanted today, Sarah, for sure. I think when Jacko pulled out in the warm-ups, probably took it a little bit out of the competition. But yeah, I'd give it probably a B kind of grading for me. So solid. Gave some of the throws a good crack, and just not lining it up. But that's for 2 weeks' time at World Indoors.
Brilliant. Now, there was a big crowd around the bottom of the stadium cheering you on. Have you enjoyed this Dunedin outing?
Yeah, it's been really good. I think we've got a great crowd in today, not only for me, but for the high jump and the pole vault as well. There were some good pockets over there and down the main straight, maybe for the 100 guys and girls. So it's been a good day at the track for sure.
Now, you mentioned World Indoors in 2 weeks' time. You'll go back to the drawing board this week at your base in Christchurch with your young family. Hi to Billy watching, hopefully. What does it look like for you?
Oh, well, there's not too much to kind of figure out, right? It's the same stuff, so we're not changing anything. It's just about knocking on that door, because we know that door, when it opens, she's going to go a long way. So really confident where my body's at, coming back from my injury, and really comfortable with technique. It's just got to get 1 or 2 more reps in.
And it must be a good feeling, though, to get back on the gold medal here after Jacko picked you at the post for the last couple of years, but you're number one now. What's your message now for the rest of this year?
Look, it's just about trusting my process, right, and trusting the things that we've worked on. My body's healthy again, as I said, right. It's in a great spot. And then, like, getting ready for World Champs in September, which is the big one, right. And it's always pretty cool wearing that black singlet. We get to do it once or twice a year. So I'm always pretty lucky when I get that.
Well, we've been lucky to have you here in the Caledonian ground this afternoon here at the Jennian Homes National Track and Field Championships. It's your senior men's shot put champion, big fella, well loved by the crowd here, Tom Walsh.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks to Tom as well. As things stand, unless there's some craziness that happens in and around the world, we'll be off to Nanjing to compete at the World Indoors. And we hope Jacko Gill will be alongside him. An unfortunate late withdrawal there in today's men's shot put competition. Just quickly before we run to the start list for the women's 100, just those full times through now of the men's 100 final. Tiaan Whelpton 10.19, Tommy Tapuni with a 10.47 in silver, Hayato Yaneto 10.51 in bronze, and then at least based on our data from the Athletic Live, verging on personal best for Troy Middleton in fourth, Cody Wilson in fifth, Angus Liver. There are those times there. Jackson Rogers and Shuila Orr as well, all under 11 seconds. As we now build towards our final event on day 3, and a lot of people have stuck around, and rightly so, for this 100-metre race featuring Zoe Hobbs in lane number 4. Just saying before, Kelly clutched Zoe at about 3, 4, maybe even 5 layers on there, and you can just see them just starting to to come off now. Just trying to keep what Sarah often refers to as that muscle warmth, to be able to get that explosive power down the track. What a crowd here and on Super Saturday. They've been treated to some fantastic action across both the track and field today. Hope you've enjoyed it at home. One last event. We'll bring the curtain down on day 3. And just a reminder too, we will have coverage of the men's 1500 metre final tomorrow, as well as the 200 metres as well. And the full field in lane number 1, Kiana Paul, representing Hawke's Bay Gisborne. We've got twins in lanes 2 and 7, Adera and Shale Collette, both representing Manawatu Wanganui. Brooke Summerfield, who was super strong in the heats earlier this afternoon, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty in lane number 3. Zoe Hobbs, Paris Olympic semi-finalist in lane number 4, national record holder, of course. Ray Honda, Japanese sprinter in 5. Marielle Venita, who's been super impressive as well, representing Auckland in lane number 6. And Alan Carter in lane 8. That wind is swirling around a bit, but certainly a tailwind for these runners. It was a legal wind a few moments ago for the men. Let's hope it stays that way too for the ladies as they take their starting positions. An 8-time national champion, Zoe Hobbs, an 11.23 season's best at the ITM. That was into a slight headwind. What is she capable of here at Nationals? And it's off to a clean start, and it's a strong start from Hobbs in 4. And in 3, Brooke Summerfield's close behind as well, but Zoe Hobbs looking strong all the way to the finish. Summerfield and Marielle Venita gets home for 3rd.
Stadium clock has stopped at 11:09, so we'll just await the final confirmation of the verified time, and it looks like it was a 1.3 metres per second headwind, so legal.
Just to put that in context, she ran an 11:08 at the Paris Olympics. Her resident record is an 11.02, and it's adjusted here to an 11:11 for Zoe Hobbs. A new season's best, improving on that 11.23 at the international track meet a couple of weeks ago. She's got a big smile, and she too will head to World Indoors with confidence. It is Brooke Summerfield taking home silver, as she did in 2024, with a new personal best time. Improves by 0.06 of a second to 11.49. And it's a PB as well. Oh, excuse me, no it isn't. But a very close run thing for Marielle Veneta in third with an 11.63. Ray Honda, the Japanese athlete, in fourth. Adira Collette, 11.91. 0.08 of a second outside her season's best. But the crowd here at the Caledonian treated to some thrilling sprint action to close out day three's program. Certainly going home happy. We might see if we can stick around and get a little bit more reaction from the likes of Tiaan and Zoe, Hamish potentially as well, but Kelly, it's been a busy sort of last hour to a couple of hours, a lot happening here on what we've dubbed as Super Saturday. How have you enjoyed it from the vantage point of the commentator's box?
It's been great. It's a good place to be able to see so many different events going on, because I think sometimes in the stand it's a bit harder to see all the things that you're wanting to see up close. So it's definitely a great point to be viewing from. We've had some awesome action.
Certainly have. Let's go down to Sarah. She's got Hamish Kerr.
Right, we've got Olympic champion and another national title for Hamish Kerr. We've had to adjust our frame to get him in the shot, but Hamish, 2:25, some good attempts there. Are you happy with today?
Not really. You know, I set high standards for myself, and you know, I think my jumping's been coming along really nicely. We've been changing a few things in training, you know, technically. So this is sort of the result of that, is that there's a little bit of just time to get it all to stick. But at the same time, you know, really stoked that I got my next national title, and you know, it was an amazing crowd. So really happy.
Yeah, great to see so many people out here supporting the whole weekend. There's a crowd of people. I've had to usher them through to get you up here. But what does it feel like now? This, not necessarily a responsibility, but, you know, a change in how it works for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably the reason I'm disappointed is, you know, a lot of people waited around a wee bit and then obviously got a couple of good clearances from me, but that was about it. So, it's actually been awesome. I mean, I've done a few meets this season, and just the reaction I've had at every comp's been so cool. So, I just love that people are loving athletics and getting behind it. So it's really cool.
Talk to us about your journey. You know, can you remember your first national championships and what that was like? I was looking through my preparation for the meet and looking at, you know, 2014, your best was 2:13, if I'm not corrected. Just the progression, I guess, for you.
Yeah, so my first one wasn't actually that nationals. It was a couple of years before, when it was in Auckland. I actually did the 300-metre hurdles. Tried my hand at it. I don't think I even got out of the qualifiers, but you know, I've loved doing nationals. I think that's one of the things that I sort of was reflecting on a couple of weeks ago when I was doing one of the other comps. These were the meets that kind of I grew up doing and really loving, and you know, I loved coming down and seeing people like Dane Val and Nick and all those sort of top athletes of their time competing, and it was really inspirational for me. So to be able to kind of keep coming to these meets, still feeling like I'm the same athlete that I was back then, but obviously with slightly more height in the legs and a few more kind of medals sitting at home. It's really cool. I think it's really awesome that people can kind of also feel like they're coming through that journey, and it's very possible.
So World Indoors in 2 weeks. You go in now as defending champion after Glasgow last year. What does that do to your mindset in terms of heading to your first competition, also defending champion and Olympic champion?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a first test of the the target on the back, so to speak. I think that there's going to be a lot of competitions the next 4 years, hopefully, where I'm defending various things and feeling like that pressure's on me. So yeah, this is the first kind of test of that, and yeah, I'm just relishing that opportunity.
Do you live for that pressure?
When I'm jumping well, I do. When I'm jumping not so well and we are trying to change things, then it becomes a bit difficult. But at the same time, I know that I'm usually good for it.
Well, patience, I guess, as these technical changes come through. Tomorrow, what's on the schedule for you? Recovery, or what's the plan?
Yeah, a little bit of recovery if Jimmy gives me it after that performance. But no, I'm just going to be down here supporting. Maddie, my girlfriend, is going for the high jump, long jump double, which she's probably watching at home, which probably hates me saying that because it's put it out there. But she's definitely capable of doing it. So it'd be really cool to come down and see her do that. So yeah, I'll be around the track all day.
Well, it's been really cool to have you here in the stadium today, to show up at Nationals, to get your title back. You weren't here last year, and we wish you well as you build into World Indoors and the rest of 2025. Hamish Kerr, Olympic champion, and 2025 men's high jump champion at the New Zealand Track and Field Championships.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to Hamish. Turn his attention to international competition in the very near future. What a patrons, athletes, friends, family members sticking around. Great chance, of course, Nationals to catch up as well. A lot of athletes have descended on Dunedin across multiple age brackets, competitions. The 100 metres that we've just had. And great to see up in the grandstand there next to our camera one, enjoying themselves. They've had a great time this afternoon, and they have every reason to be happy after what we've been able to see. As we take a look over, just over that traffic load of people there is the podium presentations. The women's 100 metre sprint, might be able to just get a glimpse of them with our Athletics New Zealand flag as Zoe Hobbs, Brooke Summerfield and Marielle Venita being presented with their medals. For Marielle Venita, first senior medal, I believe, having won the under-20s last year. As our volunteers start to bring some equipment in, and no doubt will have their attention moved towards day 4, the fourth and final day of the Jennian Holmes Track and Field Nationals, featuring the 1500 metre men's final. But let's go to Sarah Cowley-Ross. She's got Tiaan Whelpton.
Well, confirmation again, this is the fastest man in New Zealand right now. Tiaan Whelpton, his third 100 metre title. Tiaan, are you happy with that race?
Oh, absolutely. It's so good to get the hat trick. It's always good to come out and run and take a national title. So I was happy I could defend that today. My first time running down here in Dunedin. So yeah, I have to say I enjoyed it. The track's quicker than I thought it would be. But yeah, very happy with that result. I was picked up a little bit of a niggle before the heat, and so that's why I cruised the heat. But very happy with that, and feels like I'm all good for Nanjing now. So now we look forward to World Indoors and hopefully show them who's boss.
Well, you've had a sensational season. You started with that 60, 650, set the track on fire there, but then 10:10 at the ITM. What's it like to be running these times now consistently?
It's good. It's very satisfying, but I want more. So we're still tracking towards that 9, still tracking towards that national record. So I think it's only a matter of time. If I can keep running these times consistently, eventually we'll get a bit lucky with the weather and with the heat. So we'll have to see what happens.
And for you now, what's the plan between now and Nanjing?
between now and Nanjing, I'm probably going to go home and just relax for a couple of days, and then it's straight back into training. So, yeah, got to get my visa sorted first, and then we go from there. But very excited. Been focusing a lot on the 60 this season, so yeah, we'll carry on and hopefully we'll get some good results over in China.
Now, just a last nod, there's been so many great supporters come down to the Caledonian ground today. I had to kind of pull you away and promise these kids that I'd bring you back. What's that like for you?
Oh, it's awesome, to walk out in the final and see that the stadium was absolutely packed is amazing. So thank you to everyone who came down to support despite the weather, and thank you to the organisers and Athletics New Zealand, everyone for setting up this wonderful competition.
Well, Tiaan Whelpton, his third national title over 100 metres. Great outing again today. That's it from me down here trackside for this evening. It has been a sensational Super Saturday. We've got the fastest man and the fastest woman in New Zealand. And back to you, Nick, upstairs. Thanks very much to Tiaan.
Thank you, Sarah, and to Tiaan. And yeah, it has been sensational, super. Run out of superlatives for the Saturday that we have had here at the Caledonian ground in Ōtepoti, Dunedin. That'll do it for day 3 and our coverage of Super Saturday of the 2025 Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships. Hope you have enjoyed our coverage throughout the last few hours. So many highlights. Of course, it will live here to watch back on the YouTube channel as well if you fancy a second, third or fourth look. But just a reminder too, we will be back tomorrow with that 1500 metre final. Promises to be a fascinating race between Sam Tanner and Sam Ruth, a couple of training buddies there, and it will be very interesting to see how that one plays out tomorrow afternoon. But time for us to get warm, have some dinner, and conclude our coverage of day 3 of the 2025 Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships.